Daniel, he's not only going to leave, he's going to take his chair with him.
Okay.
Okay.
Temporary chair.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's lovely that we all made it to Beersheba, especially the people from Israel who aren't from Beersheba. Because my name is Mark Clarkfield, for those of you who don't know me, I know. And there's a Clarkfield's law of geography, which states that the distance from Tel Aviv to Beersheba is twice the distance of Beersheba to Tel Aviv. Okay? They are very hard for the Tel Aviv people to take this hour-long train ride. They're very easy for Beersheba people to get to Tel Aviv. Jerusalem, that's another story. That's the train.
It's far both ways.
It's really
For Jerusalem.
Thanks to all of you for coming very, very much, and especially to our UK guests. And I'll be introducing my partner, David Sinclair from the UK shortly, but on behalf of both of us, I want to thank you so much for coming and taking the trouble, and especially to our UK team and Michelle. Michelle,
Yes.
these three ladies did everything. I've never had a meeting where the people who you invite do more work than you do, not to 1 second to say the but these guys they brought this thing and the computer stuff. I'm going to meet with you every year. Okay, so without further ado, I want to call upon the Dean of our Faculty of Health Sciences, Professor Angelo Corrido, to say a few words of greeting.
Thanks, Mark. So sometimes I read from the text, sometimes I just don't read from the text, but this is a longevity center, so any mistake that I will do will be remembered for a long time. So better to read from the text. So hi everybody. So I'm delighted to open this bi-national meeting of the ILC-UK and our local ILC-Israel under the roof of the Faculty Center for Multidisciplinary Center for Research and Aging. So you are most welcome to Israel in general and to Beersheba in particular, and the distance is actually not so big. And to our Israeli participants from outside Beersheba, hi Itamar. We always like to show you what's happening, but actually Itamar is a professor in our faculty, but what is happening in Israel and in so-called periphery, which is us. So we welcome you all. The subject of age and aging has long been given a lot of serious attention in BGU. And I would like to add that also super agers are now beginning to be discussed much more seriously because we are coming towards this age. For example, we teach geriatrics to medical students and residents. And we have professor of geriatric medicine and gerontology center, very strong gerontology center in our faculty, and we have a representative from the center. We offer masters in gerontology. We were the first, I believe, in Israel to offer that. And many of our faculty are engaged in various research projects related to age and aging, from the cell to the population. We also have many international collaborations, and especially welcome those coming now from the UK, where many of us have studied and still maintain strong relations. We welcome new ones and hope that this seminar today will be the first of many more scientific collaborations, definitely papers and publications, and maybe helping to the population. So we might remember that Israel, like the UK, is a country with a lot of history. Some might think too much history. That's actually absolutely correct. I understood that at the end of the day, you will go to visit the Anzac Heritage Center and Commonwealth Cemetery, where our histories are together, coming together. Had it not been for the first Viscount, Lord Allenby, and the brave soldiers from the British Army, do not forget Australia and New Zealand, of course, winning the Battle of Beersheba back in 1917, not far from where we are sitting today, we might not have this meeting. This is a little bit questionable, but definitely there is a lot of that. But I have to say one thing: when I was visiting New Zealand, the only war documents and statues that you can see are all related to the war here in Beersheba and also in Galilee. Yes. So let's pass to more peaceful endeavors. So, and this is actually a seminar today. I have to apologize. I have to go to another meeting, so I cannot be and listen to studies on or to collaborations on aging. But I wish you all a wonderful meeting and enjoy our London climate, really. A little bit of London climate, and come back whenever you can. I wish you all an enjoyable and productive day. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Professor Corrido. Thank you for your support and for coming. And The chair will remain empty. You can come back anytime. Okay, so I'm also was meant to introduce Ms. Israel Stein from the British Council, who's one of the co-sponsors of this meeting, but he can't come because well, you'll hear why in a minute, but she sent her greetings, which she asked me to read, and she will also meet us for dinner. So the UK guest will be there. So these are the words of Israel Stein from the British Council. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, as a last-minute visitor from the British Council administration has just arrived and requires our presence in Tel Aviv today. But still, I would like to thank both Mark and in Israel and David from the UK and their respective ILC teams for the privilege of saying a few words on behalf of the British Council here in Israel. The connection between Israeli and British researchers has been at the heart of our work in Israel in recent years. And although all the credit for the initiative and the organization of this current event belongs to the two ILCs, we are grateful and happy about any such activity that strengthens the ties and connections between Britons and Israelis. Both Israel and Britain are leading actors in cutting-edge scientific research. We see the collaboration between scholars and researchers from both our countries as an opportunity, not only to promote solutions to the most complex and important problems facing humanity, such as aging or clean growth, but also as an opportunity to bring cultures together, fight prejudice, and establish mutual understanding, especially in an era when so much fake news, shallow and superficial information wash over us every day. Face-to-face meetings and joint work on solving problems allow us to comprehend things we cannot always form into words or mathematical equations, understand subtext, and conclude that our fellow human beings, though from other countries, are in the end not so different from us. To this end, the British Council in Israel has long promoted collaborations between researchers here in Israel and in the UK, setting a win-win situation for both countries and varied interest groups. Our programs aim to achieve the best science, motivating researchers to take part in these programs and advance British-Israeli collaboration, and to create joint communities who form cultural relations and build trust between our peoples. Therefore, our collaborative programs in the British Council in higher education go beyond grants, mechanisms, or financing academic activities. I invite you to follow the website of the British Council here in Israel, as well as our newsletter, so you can get to know both current and future opportunities that we offer. Again, I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I wish you all a fruitful and enjoyable interchange here at Ben-Gurion University in Beersheba, Israel Stein, British Council. So I think it's important that we have the support of organizations like that, because we hope, this is me speaking now, we hope that meetings like this will grow into collaborations, and it never hurts to have the British Council on board. They can open a lot of doors. They don't themselves have a lot of money, but they open doors to people with money, in my experience. I don't know whether you've had much to do with the British Council, but
Yeah,
so they're a good group to have on your side. So I'll just say a few words, then I'll introduce David. Britain and Israel are interesting countries, and I've lived here for 30 years, but I studied in the UK several times in quite a long period of time. So I'm pretty familiar with the British system of healthcare and social services in general, and in particular with respect to the aged. And I think that we have a lot of things in common and some things not in common. What we have in common, I think, is the most important, is the nationalized health service. You have a national health service with all the problems, and I read about it every day. It's still, and you'll get over this, I know you'll get over this current crisis. It's a great system. It really is a great system, and it's been a great system to geriatric medicine, being a little bit narrow over the years, as I have been able to observe. And I think that the British people and governments are devoted to a national service in general, and so too are we in Israel. Most people, although there are those on the margins that call for privatization of health services, etc., for the most part, the majority of the population here and the majority, I think, of academics support nationalized systems. So we both have that. What we have in common, which was alluded to by the dean, is too much history, or if you're interested in history like I am, lots of history, which I always find fun in England to explore, and it's really a lot of fun to explore here. And we are really indeed on the site of a huge fundamental battle of the First World War, which changed the face of the Middle East and enabled Israel to grow and enabled all the other countries, most of the other countries in the Middle East, to be formed. So it really is an historic place. Okay. And I really want to thank David. I think the initiative of this meeting came from him in one of our webinars with the with the ILC Global Alliance, we were chatting and he said something like, I can't remember exactly, but something, why don't we come to Israel? Why don't we do something we do? I said, voila, wonderful. We talked and boom, out came this meeting. And so really it was your initiative, David, and your group, and thank you so much for that. So speaking of David, so I'm just going to read because I don't want to remember everything. David Sinclair, who is the head of the ILC-UK, has worked in policy and research on aging and demographic change for 20 years. He has a particular interest in older consumers' active aging, financial services, adult vaccination, and the role of technology in an aging society. He has strong knowledge of both UK and global aging society issues, from healthcare to pensions and housing to transport. And I'm looking forward to hearing his observations. David has presented on longevity and demographic change across the world, from Seoul to Singapore and Sydney to Stormont. I like those alliterations. And he has published reports on the range of topics, including transport, technology, health, and consumption. You don't mean TB there, right? Not that consumption. David has worked as, sorry?
No.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. David has worked as an expert for the Pan-European Age Platform for 15 years and is the former vice chair of the government's consumer expert group for digital switchover. For 10 years, he chaired a London-based charity called Open Age, which enables older people to sustain their physical and mental fitness, maintain active lifestyles, and develop new and stimulating interests. Prior to joining the ILC, David worked as head of policy to help the aged, where he led a team of 8 policy advisors. He also worked for environmental and disability organizations in policy and public affairs. His other experience includes working as a VSO volunteer in Romania. We talked about this last night a little bit in Romania. In Parliament for a member of Parliament and backbench committees. David is married, has a 16-year-old child. He runs slowly and cycles a little more quickly, and is a retired football referee, and once scored a penalty against Peter Schulten. So that will be So David will, I've introduced David. He's going to give his introductory remarks and then chair the next session. And that lets me off the hook. So thank you, David, and to your team.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for having us, and thanks to everyone for joining us here and online. I should say there were, some of you will be aware there was another David Sinclair who's a lot more famous than I am, and we do sometimes get confused. But he was so if you came to see him, I'm sorry about that. But he discovered that red wine has life extension properties, so that's always going to get you the publicity. And we do get confused quite a lot. So first time in Israel, I'm actually really excited to learn a bit about Israel. I'm slightly embarrassed about how little I know about Israel. Of course, all we hear, even with the brilliant BBC World Service, is conflict. So actually, well, what can we learn? What can we learn about Israel and from each other? And for those of you who don't know, ILC in the UK, we're one of 16 ILCs across the world, including Israel. And we're part of a global network, and Sylvia later might want to say something about the ILC Global Alliance. So Sylvia, really glad to have Sylvia here, who's been working with the Global Alliance for a long time. Aging is sort of often seen in a really negative light. I don't know if some of you saw that last week. The Japanese Prime Minister talked about argued that within a number of decades, Japan's society will not be able to function. He used this sort of language, and this was on the Prime Minister on the basis of demographic change. And the argument was that in Japan, of course, population has been declining for a while. They have a very severe mismatch between the number of births and the number of older people. So you have a very significant challenge of people living very long lives, and potentially an economic challenge. But actually, part of the work we've been doing in this area has been trying to argue to policymakers that it needn't be an economic cost. So, for example, older people across the G20 spend, in the UK, they spend about 54 pence in the pound. It's very similar levels across the whole of the G20. 50% of spending is by over 50s. A third of all work and a third of all wages is by people aged over 50. So you see significant economic contribution for that. And one that, but it's not just the market contributions. Non-market contributions are also significant. So, for example, across the EU plus Turkey, our analysis in the UK has shown that the in effect that volunteering plus caring is worth almost 1.5% of GDP, which is more than those countries spend on defence. So people are contributing more as volunteers and as carers in old age than we're spending on defence. So there's very significant economic opportunities already. However, what we do know is that it could actually be much more significant. So, for example, in most of the G20, we have this thing called the retirement consumption puzzle that economists talk about, which is basically as we get older, we actually don't spend as much money as we have. So you've got a lot of older people in places like the UK, US, France, Japan, who actually aren't spending their money, which in itself adds to significant economic costs. So what we know from ILC's work as part of this program we've done on prevention is that there are a number of drivers to economic contributions in old age, but without a doubt the most significant one is health. So if we have some analysis that we did, we've got Sanofi here, we did some analysis around flu vaccine. We have direct correlation between whether or not you have been vaccinated against the flu and how much money you are spending and your economic contribution. So very, very significant economic.
The more people.
The higher vaccination rates results in. So generally, investment in prevention as a whole, countries which spend more on prevention, and people where you see more investment on prevention, you see high levels of work amongst older people, you higher levels of spending, you see higher levels of volunteering, and you see high levels of caring. So there's a very, very significant economic case for that investment. The work we've been doing over the last few years has been really focused on at a global level, the last 5 or 6 years, and I suppose 3 key themes, which I hope will come out today. One is, given this knowledge, how do we use the language of democratize access? So how do we make sure everyone has access to prevention? How do we tackle the inequalities in access is really, really important. Aaron's just led a project looking at inequalities in relation to pneumococcal disease, for example, and pneumococcal vaccination, very significant issues among certain groups in terms of uptake across the world. How do we win the hearts and minds is the second theme. How do we convince healthcare workers and professionals that prevention really matters? So, for example, if we can't convince healthcare workers to be vaccinated or look after themselves, then they're not going to convince the people they look after. So that is a really important point about how we engage healthcare workers and pharmacists and others. And then the third one is how can we utilize technology? And struck already amazed by, in under 24 hours, in fact just over 12 hours here, of the technology in Israel. And so the car parking app is just like, wow, this is but actually, yeah, but actually, that one of the things clearly we know about Israel, and I've had a couple of conversations here already, is the sort of that the access to data across the life course is extraordinarily useful, and how can we use that data to improve health at a population level, and how can other countries do that as well? So one of the things we've been doing is encouraging governments across the world to spend 6% of their budgets, their health budgets, on prevention, and we think there'll be an economic return from doing that. We think as part of this prevention program, we've played a part in getting it onto the agenda of health ministers. Back in 2019, we did an event with health ministers in Japan, and since then in Indonesia, and indeed at the World Health Organization, we've seen a very strong message from policymakers that they believe in prevention. However, I think we're at a place where, how do we get words into action, I think is the challenge. So you've got policymakers saying this is really important, but then at the same time you have really significant fiscal pressures, which means that acute pressures are always going to be at the top of the agenda. Today, we're going to be sort of presenting the sort of first iteration of our new Healthy Aging and Prevention Index. And it's not really a tool for us to blame governments, but actually it's a tool for us to sort of talk about why is country A this place? Why is country B this place? And what can we learn from these? And how can you push yourself up and down? So Aaron's going to talk a bit more about that. We had a really interesting session in Parliament in the UK, looking at particularly at India, for example. So this is our second outing of it, but we haven't yet published it. So really keen to have your views. So that's my sort of quick intro. I now have to do a little bit of admin. And I should say throughout the day, I'm very keen, both in terms of online, but here in the room, that you all contribute and chat, and it makes our life much easier if everyone has things to say, which is great. In terms of housekeeping, for those of you who are online, at the bottom of the screen, there is a chat function to communicate with panelists and the virtual delegates, as well as a Q&A feature. Really grateful that Lily and Aaron, particularly, for sort of making this happen, but they have somewhat foolishly trusted me with the iPads to try and manage this. And I can see them already regretting it, but I will try to keep on top of it. But please do send some messages. Also, if you would like to post your comments on Twitter using the hashtag delivering prevention and the ILC-UK hashtag, that would be great. We are recording this and we'll be publishing it for public access on our website and YouTube. So please be aware of that. And yes, thank you very much. And I'm now going to shut up. You'll be glad to hear, and pass to the real expert who's done amazing work on this program the last few years, Aaron. So Aaron leads ILC's global health prevention program of work, and currently manages the healthy aging and prevention program. She's led a number of other health projects, including medication adherence and structural heart disease and adult immunization, and a member of the structural heart disease coalition and the ILC Global Alliance Gender and Aging Committee. So Aaron, can I pass to you? Are you going to come up here? Or are you staying?
I may just stay here because it seems like you were very settled over there. And I realized I very strategically put myself here next to all the tech, but I hope that's okay and you can all hear me fine. I do have some slides to share, so hopefully you can all see those. So, right, so today I'm going to be presenting some of the initial findings from our...
The lights on, maybe, so you can see the slides.
The light?
Just behind you.
Yeah, it's automatically transcribing. Yeah.
Yeah, so today I'm going to be presenting on the Healthy Aging and Prevention Index. I should stress that these are sort of our initial findings, and we're still sort of refining our index, but I'm really keen to hear your thoughts on it. David spoke a little bit about our program of work in this area. So I'm going to, before I get into sort of the findings, speak a little bit about our prevention program, because it really did take a few years before we kind of settled on this idea of developing an index. And it sort of all began in 2019 when we started our Prevention in an Aging World program, which is really about demonstrating the health and economic case of investing in preventative health. And through this program, we published several reports, including our Never Too Late report. And this one was really about demonstrating that economic case for prevention. And from that, we sort of moved on to demonstrating. So we know that, you know, countries generally agree with the fact that investing in prevention is good, but how do we actually get governments to deliver it? And David touched upon a few themes around inspiring and engaging, democratizing access, and using technology effectively. So we sort of focused on these three areas and looked at, you know, what can governments do? What can healthcare systems do? And what can individuals do as well? Because they themselves also play a role in supporting healthy aging. We also looked at, you know, inequalities are one of, you know, if not the biggest thing that's holding us back in many ways in terms of improving health outcomes across populations. So what can we do to really tackle those inequalities? And of course, technology itself is very powerful. We've seen that during the pandemic. How can we sort of take the lessons learned from these last couple of years and really use technology in a way to bring us together when it comes to health, not exacerbating inequalities, but actually getting those people who are often left out of health services, but are often most in need of them. How can we use technology to bring them together is also an area that we were very keen on looking at the opportunities for governments to really use technology. So, I mean, throughout these programs of work that we did and our publications, we engaged with loads of different people, loads of different organizations. And like I said, a lot of them really, they did agree with what we were saying, our key messages, which is really great. But I think, despite sort of that initial agreement, we do still know that we're still a long way from really seeing governments investing more in preventative health, despite there being, like I said, a huge economic burden. And you can see here, and this is just for looking at the G20, and among those aged 50 to 64, there's a loss of 1.02 trillion US dollars yearly in global worker income loss. So, I mean, we're talking about huge figures here, and you can sort of see on the right-hand side a bit of a breakdown as to where that economic burden is coming from. But when we actually look at the stats, when we look at prevention stats, if we look at the OECD, for instance, countries on average spend only 2.8% of their health budgets on prevention. So very small amounts on prevention, and actually I should say even smaller figures within that on things like immunization, which we know is sort of the bedrock in terms of primary preventative health care. But like I said, we know that prevention, there are huge gains to be made by investing in prevention. Just increasing prevention spend by 0.1% percentage points could unlock an additional 9% of spending every year by people aged 60 or over. So again, huge gains to be made. So I think because we know that there's still a ways to go in terms of getting governments to really invest in prevention, the index sort of came about from that idea and that notion that we really need to start holding governments to account. So the Healthy Aging and Prevention Index is essentially, sort of what it says on the tin, a global index that holds governments to account on healthy aging and prevention. The index measures and ranks 121 countries on 6 healthy aging prevention indicators. That includes lifespan, health span, work span, income, the environment, and happiness. And I'll go into a little bit more detail as to what those actually mean. But so we've chosen 121 countries, and they're based primarily on population size. So if they have a population size over 2 million, and that actually accounts for about 95% of the index. But the other 5 are countries which may have a smaller population, but have a significantly high GDP, high income. So that's more than 30,000 per capita in yearly income. And we've included those because we really want this index to be representative of the global economy. So, why do we want to build this index? I mean, I think for the first time, this index really brings together key health, wealth, and societal metrics that really give us a comprehensive picture of just how sustainable countries are in the context of longer lives, and the extent to which governments are investing in efforts to prevent ill health. The other thing that this index does is, I mean, aside from ranking individual countries, which I think is quite powerful on its own, it also ranks political and economic country blocks as well. So we can get a sense of how these different political groups are faring. And it's just another way of incentivizing action at the international level. And another point to raise also is the way in which we can use the index. Again, like I said, the index on its own is powerful, but what we can actually do is we can map the index against secondary metrics. So for instance, if we want to look at how much countries are spending on prevention, and we can see, trends start to emerge. We get a sense and a picture as to, are countries that are doing better on the index, are they actually spending more on prevention? And, what does the NCD global burden look like for countries that are performing worse on the index versus better on the index? And it helps us sort of build this narrative around, what's happening in terms of health, and what do countries need to be doing to really to improve themselves in their rankings. So a little bit about the 6 indicators. So we have what's called health and lifespan. So these are measured at birth using life expectancy and healthy life expectancy measures. Nothing too fancy here. And these are expressed in years respectively. Data is obtained from the WHO. Work span is defined as the expected number of years that are spent between being economically active and retirement. The International Labour Organization defines this as those working between the ages of 15 and 65. And we essentially take the proportion that they give us and we translate that into a number of years. So for instance, if a country has their entire population working for those 50 years, we would say on average that the work span is 50 years. By that same sort of argument, if we only see that 50% of the population is working between the ages of 15 to 65, then we would say that's only around on average 25 years. So the data is sort of a combination between obtaining metrics from the World Bank and the ILO, as I just mentioned. And then we look at income, again, quite straightforward here. This is measured by GDP per capita using purchasing power parity with data obtained from the World Bank. The other two indicators are quite interesting, and I think this is what really helps our index give this comprehensive overview of what's going on in each country. So the environment is measured using the Yale Environmental Performance Index, which positions countries on a scale of 0 to 100. 100 is best. And the top 5 countries on the EPI scale are Denmark, Luxembourg, Switzerland, the UK, and France. And so environment, they have several indicators. I think there's about 46 different indicators that to measure environment, but there's sort of 3 key themes when they measure environment are climate change performance, environmental health, and ecosystem vitality. And the average, the global average is 48.8. Happiness positions countries on a scale of 0 to 10. 4 are interpreted as suffering, 5 to 7 struggling, and 8 to 10 thriving. The data are taken from an annual Gallup World Poll, which asks respondents to think of a ladder, and they're asked to rate their own current health on that scale. This data is obtained by the UN. The sort of country that's deemed the happiest is Finland. But it's an interesting metric because it is based on people's perceptions around happiness, right? But I'll get into that a little bit more in the following slides. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to run you through sort of how we've actually developed the index. I've gone through defining the various different metrics. Now, how do we actually arrive at the index figures? So what we sort of start with is countries are categorized from best to worst for each individual metric. And once each country is categorized on these 6 indicators, we then assign these indicators in numerical rank values. So you can see in the box below, in step 1, we're taking country Y and country X. These are actually the 2 best performing countries on the index. Country Y has a slightly higher lifespan than country X, so it's ranked. It's categorized at the top. We then rank them. Now you can see here, I mean, country Y, even though it's the top in the index, it comes 2 for lifespan, and country X comes in at 14. Doesn't quite look like leaders, but actually when you pull the index together and we look at all the various different metrics, we actually see that they are leading overall. So once we do that, once we have the ranked values for each of these metrics, and you can see here, there's an example of how we've done it for all the other metrics. We then take the sum of these ranks for each of the countries to generate a country score. So at the right hand, you can see the country score. Country Y is 41 and country X is 65. And then we essentially take that country score and we translate that into a rank. So the smaller the total score, the higher the rank. And actually country Y does have the smallest score, so it's ranked in the first position, and country X in the second, because that's the second lowest score. So here is essentially our finding, and it's the global rankings for the index. And I should mention that these are based on 2019 figures. It's the most up-to-date and comprehensive data set that we do have. So what we can actually see is that Switzerland is number 1, and at 25th spot is Belgium. And I've highlighted a few here. These are countries that are members of the G20. And of course, you're probably going straight to the UK and Israel. And as you can see here, Israel fares slightly better than the UK, coming in at 13. UK comes in at 18. Of course, you'll see some values where they're ranked the same position. This is because if they hold the same numerical value, they also hold the same ranked position. But it is quite interesting to see this group, because I think, especially at the top, we're looking at quite small populations relatively. But I definitely, I mean, I'll be interested to hear from all of you if there are any surprises. But of course, we have also ranked all of the countries. So, I mean, I think it's quite interesting when we look at the index in total. Obviously, there's so many countries that I've only just included the top 25. So here's a bit more of a breakdown. I've looked at just the G20 here. And so you can see all the various different indicators, and this is essentially a heat map. So Australia it leads for the G20, and its global rank is actually 6, and India is trailing at the bottom. Its global rank is 100. And I've just put Israel down at the bottom just to give a comparison. And what we can essentially see, especially when we're comparing between the UK and Israel, is really when it comes to income and the environment, the UK is leading quite significantly compared to Israel. But Israel is actually leading significantly when it comes to number of years work span. So, I mean, I think generally, obviously, there's a lot of indicators that Israel's doing slightly better than the UK, and so that's why its position is slightly higher. And I think we're just going to move the captioning so you can actually see. Oh, it seems to be cut off. Oh, there we go. All right. So these are just the highlighted metrics where we can see significant differences between the UK and Israel. But like I said, you can see that Israel generally fares better than the UK on these metrics.
But it's 47 years. It's
Yes.
very exceptional if you look at all the countries, right?
So work spans are quite an interesting indicator in that actually a lot of countries, developing countries, rank really high in work span, and this has to do partly because of the populations. They have a lot of people that are in between the ages of 15 and 65, so there's proportionately more people in work. It doesn't tell you anything about the quality of work. So a lot of times in developing countries, you'll see a high proportion of women working, but they're actually in poorly paid roles. So that's why GDP gives us, taken with work span, it gives you a bit more of a comprehensive picture as to the quality of work. But it is interesting nonetheless to kind of see the differences in work span and income. But you're right. I mean, it is significantly higher than a lot of countries, and that certainly does say something. But I think with a lot of, when it comes to indexes, these are top level figures, and there's so much analysis that can go behind actually explaining a position, why a country ranks in the way that it does. And that's where the policy experts come in and give that analysis. And hopefully today during the discussion, we can have a little bit of that, have that happen. But like I said, I mean, I think, again, I think for the G20, it's quite interesting in that there's quite a big range in numbers in the global rank, so anywhere between 6 to 100. And I think that's it just shows the breadth and scope, I think, of all the countries. It is, it's quite a diverse membership. So that's quite interesting in and of itself. Great. So here I also wanted to show you the country blocks that we've looked at. So these are a combination of political and economic blocks, but also blocks of geographical importance and interest. What we can see here is Scandinavia leads. I don't think that's quite surprising to many of us. And then we can see the African Union sort of at the bottom, and then G20 is not far behind as well. But again, that's because of the diverse groupings of countries. But it's quite interesting to see generally, for the EU, for instance, work span is quite low. But again, as I mentioned before, work span is quite an interesting indicator. But yeah, it's just to give you an idea of the various different blocks. And we can do this for any political grouping or geographical grouping that we're interested in, which I think is really important, because then we can tailor our messages to governments to ensure that they're actually really understanding, how they're doing and how they're doing in various different economic and political blocks that they're a part of. So I also wanted to talk a little bit about, why are we choosing these various indicators? They're not independent of each other. They do relate to one another. So if we take things like environmental performance and GDP, there is a relationship between the two. What we've essentially done here is we've grouped countries based on their ranks. So for instance, Israel and the UK are actually part of the same grouping, number 2. Obviously, the UK is at 18th position, so they're towards the end of that. But you can see that generally countries that have a good environmental performance has an impact on their income. So that's is a strong message to be saying to governments in terms of investing in the environment at least. And then we can also see a similar trend with GDP and happiness. But as I mentioned before, happiness is the only metric here that we use that's based on people's perception. So, I mean, I think there's something to be said about that. It's not an objective measure, but it is quite interesting to get assessed. And I think a lot of people are quite interested in the happiness of the people in their country. And it's certainly, things like healthy life expectancy and life expectancy go hand in hand with people living well for longer and being able to do the things that they enjoy. So I think there's certainly something to be said there. So I'm just sort of going to close here, just to talk a little bit about our index and what our plans are over the next year. So essentially our index is going to be tracking progress on prevention. We're going to be launching this as a digital tool that people can use online, with the hopes that people can interact with it, can use it for their own analysis. And we're going to launch this alongside the World Health Assembly in May. So really keen to get as many people involved in that. And hopefully we'll be able to say some really strong things. And we're going to be looking at things like how, where countries perform on the index and how that relates to how much they spend on prevention, how much it relates to prevention, but also in terms of immunization as well. So we're going to be looking at a number of different important secondary indicators. We're also going to be engaging global health leaders to move from commitment to action on preventative health. And of course, the index will be a large part of the messages that we take to world leaders. We're going to be engaging the G7 in Japan this year. We're going to be in India alongside the G20 meetings. Really excited to be at both of these engagement opportunities, because we think there's a lot that we can be doing to really ensure that prevention is on the global agenda moving forward, especially coming out of the pandemic. And one of the things that we're going to be doing actually alongside this, and this is something that we're currently undertaking, is building a healthy aging and prevention coalition, really to demand action and hold governments to account on preventative health. And I think what we've realized is actually a collective voice is much stronger. And a lot of people agree with what we're saying here. We're not pitting condition against another condition. We're saying, look, prevention is really important. And whether you're coming sort of from the communicable side or the non-communicable side, I think we can agree on some very fundamental key messages around ensuring people live healthier for longer. So this is sort of a call to everyone in the room, as well as people joining virtually. If you are interested in joining the coalition, please do get in touch with me. It would be great to have a diverse group of people be part of that conversation, and hopefully be able to inform policy and be sort of ahead of the agenda. So I'm going to leave it here, and I know we have a discussion coming, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but it's been a pleasure to present on all of these findings for you today.
Great, thank you very much, Sharon. And I suspect later we might want to come back to that table, and we could probably spend a couple of hours arguing over why country A is higher than country B. But actually, that's why we're here. Actually, I'm quite keen that we use your expertise to have that conversation. And striking that countries with small populations actually do relatively well. It's really interesting when you know why that might be the case. I think things like the work span stuff is really interesting, because across the world there is a real interest in supporting people to work a bit longer. And my guess is the EU will increase participation over the next few years, mainly because of increases in state retirement ages, state pension ages across the EU. But I think what that also shows is that actually the debate isn't necessarily all about how you get people to work to 70. It's actually, if you can increase the number of years people are working from 25 out of 45 to 30 out of 45, you don't have an aging problem anymore. This is, if we can increase the average working age by a few years, actually we don't have the fiscal challenge across even Europe and Japan and the US. And yet I think sometimes the debate is caught up in everyone needs to work to 90, and I don't think that's true at all. We need to focus on the fact that lots of people are leaving the workforce far too early. there's also an interesting correlation we might want to talk about around, or question around the relationship between happiness and health, which we could have a sort of philosophical discussion around. We had Michael Marmot at the event we did in Parliament, who saw a bit of a row over whether actually there is, you're frankly happier in countries where you aren't very healthy, debates around US versus Japan, for example, and sort of general life satisfaction. But actually clearly questions of how we do both. So how do we keep people both happy and healthy is really, really important. So I'm going to, we'll come back to that undoubtedly. I'm going to, at this point, introduce Gilad Hadas, who is going to present on the JDC ESHEL dashboard. Sorry, Gilad, sorry, I can't read my eyesight. I'm sorry. Gilad is responsible for developing and implementing the organization's research and policy and for supporting the impact-focused strategy. Gilad, let me just pass straight over to you. You can use slides, you're not using slides. Yeah, great.
So I might stand up during my presentation. It's my natural status. Don't be alarmed. Maybe I'll say a few words about JDC ESHEL because I'm not sure you're all familiar with it, but JDC ESHEL is part of JDC Israel, which is a partnership between JDC and the government of Israel, and we work as a sort of strategic and service social R&D. So we help work with the government to develop services. Specifically in ESHEL, we work around the topic of aging. And that's what I'm going to focus on today. It's a joint venture regarding how we measure optimal aging. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to try and take you through the quick process that we've been going through in the past 2-3 years, and then show you our map of indicators. Okay, so a few things to know about aging in Israel, just to give you the layout of the land. I'm sure it's pretty similar in the UK, but just to know a little bit about older adults. So aging rate is on the rise, the population is getting older. This is not news. We're living longer, but we're not as healthy. And in Israel specifically, most of the older adults live in cities and mostly in the center of Israel, so less in the periphery, and even in the periphery in the big cities. So that's one side of the coin, but the other side of the coin is talking about the services. So when we're talking about the services in Israel, we're talking about fragmentation. To a certain extent, fragmentation is good, right? Every player has their different role, but that's not the case in Israel. We have too much fragmentation, and then sometimes services work against each other or don't work with each other, and that's a problem. Obviously, the more older adults we have, the more we need to pay, especially if we're focused on treatment and on prevention, then it costs even more, and this will become a financial burden as time goes by. And this also leads to the burnout of services, both formal and informal, because we need to take care of more people with less people who are not older adults. And keeping that in mind, where we started off, we put some guiding principles in order to how to address this challenge. And I'm going to go into each one of these principles really quickly, but first, that there's some form of shared responsibility between the population and the services. Second, we need some sort of Northern Star to guide us. And thirdly, the focus on prevention. I don't think I need to justify that, but I'll go through it. So when talking about shared responsibility, we based it on the WHO ICF model, the functionality model, which I'm going to try to wrap up really simplistically and say that it talks about that in the world, there are two main components. One is the individual that has his or her intrinsic capabilities, motivations, and outlooks. And then there's everything else, which the individual interacts with, which they call the ecosystem, which can be the physical room that we're in, it could be the people that I'm talking to, it could be cultural norms that I live in this country, and it could be also policy and legislation in this country. So everything that happens between me and the rest of the world. Now, what this model states is that each one of these components on its own doesn't really matter. What's really important is what happens in the interaction, in the combination. So the bottom line is the resulting behavior from that interaction. So for example, if I'm a computer science whiz and I can code anything about anything, if I live in a world without internet, without computers, then the resulting behavior is nothing. And also the opposite picture, if we live in a world of where everything's connected to the Internet of Things, but I don't know where the power button is, the resulting behavior is nothing. So it's all about the combination. So there's some form of shared responsibility between how do we design and adapt the ecosystem to advance and promote the behaviors that we want according to the intrinsic capabilities of the older adults. So that's the first guidance. The second guiding principle talks about a Northern Star, and I talked about the fragmentation. We know that in the field of aging, there are a lot of players. We have several government ministries, we have the academia, we have the social sector, we have the private sector, and we know that each one of these players has a different language, different terminology, different professionality, different organizational culture. And that's okay, because like on a football, I lived in England for a few years, and I went every Sunday with my dad to see Chelsea and Arsenal games. So I'm familiar around the football pitch. But like in a football game, we have different players on the field, and it's okay that the striker puts goals and the defender and the goalie try to prevent goals. But even if each one of them does their role to the best that they can, if they don't work together, then the team doesn't win. And in that sense, it's okay that we have different players, but we need some sort of form of Northern Star that can bridge the gap of fragmentation and help everyone work together in synchronization, same way that the team strategy or the manager help everyone work together. So we need this form of Northern Star. And the last one is moving the focus from treatment to prevention. I'm not going to go into this because, again, I don't think I need to justify it here, but I'll just go to the last slide where we have a report from the Bank of Israel, and I'll try to explain quickly what this is. What we're looking at, the black line is the population of older adults with functional decline as a percentage of the total population of Israel at its current status, looking forward from 2015 to 2045. So we see that to 2015 today, it's just under 3%. And if we do nothing, then this percentage will go up, and the population is growing, not only the older population, but the general population. So we see that this number will grow exponentially. But if we promote and apply prevention-oriented interventions, then we can prevent the decline, or not even prevent, it's postpone the decline by 5 years, only 5 years. We see that we can keep, this is the red line, we can keep that percentage at its place. So again, I don't think I need to justify prevention in this room, but that's not always the case when I present this. So now that we have our guiding principles and we have our outline of our roadmap, it's time to go into the roadmap and understand what's how we built it. So we understood that in order to build this roadmap, we're basically asking two questions. One is, where are we in the sense of how is optimal aging in Israel? What are the indicators for optimal aging? Is it more optimal? Is it less optimal? But that's not the only question, because even if my optimal aging today is very, very good, very optimal, doesn't mean anything about tomorrow or next year. So alongside that question, we're also asking, where are we heading? Or what are the predictive indicators so we can see what our trend line is? Is it positive? Is it negative? And so on. And in order to answer these two questions, we went to data sources and research. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with SHARE and ELSA in England, Tilda in Ireland, and so on. And we use these longitudinal studies and papers written using that data that try to answer one or both questions. And we put it all together and made a grocery list of indicators. And as we all know, policymakers can't work with grocery lists. So we need to do something to narrow it down. And we put four criteria in place in order to narrow down the list. And the criteria were, first of all, these indicators have to be in consensus, not only by research so that they're relevant for optimal aging, but also that policymakers understand them and can use them to make policy. So that was the first criteria. The second, that it was from a public source. JDC doesn't have unlimited access into government data sources, so we had to go to public sources that were also representative of the population. We couldn't use a paper done 3 years ago that has no continuity, so we had to go to where we had access to data. We need to have historic data in order to test the sensitivity, because if we have an indicator that hasn't changed in the past 7 years, then it's maybe not relevant for us. And fourth, it had to be in use, so we can compare ourselves to other countries, so we can understand where we're faring. Are we better or are we worse? And I have to say that the bottom line of these criteria were that we were trying to leverage existing data to bring the good enough indicators to the front. It doesn't mean that this map is the best. It's a dynamic map. It'll change and advance over time. And what you're going to see is version 4, and there's going to be version 5, 6, and maybe even version 20. So that was important for me to say. So after all that build up, let's go into the map of indicators. So the first row is going to talk about the first question of what are the indicators for optimal aging. And what we could see that all the indicators could be grouped into organized into three families, 3 groups of health, meaning, and economic resilience. And in simple words, it means that optimal aging is about being healthy, having a reason to get up in the morning, and being able to fund it. And we can see that each one of the families, so for example, in health, we have healthy years, which is the amount of years we can expect to have no limitation from our life expectancy at the age of 65. We use life expectancy from the age of 65 and not from birth. We can talk about functionality, ADL and IDL. We can talk about loneliness, which is very correlated very strongly with meaning, because we get a lot of our meanings from our social interactions. So if we're lonely, then there's a big probability that we don't have much meaning or a reason to get up in the morning. And we also look at quality of life, because if you're probably familiar with the CASP questionnaire, it has 3 out of the 12 questions deal with meaning. So we also wanted to put that in. When talking about economic resilience, we wanted to put a combination of both subjective indicators, such as the ability to cope with an unexpected expense, but also objective indicators, such as poverty. And as you can see, we tried to bring a bird's eye view of aging. And it's very important to say that what you're seeing here is the tip of the iceberg, because behind this slide, there are 40 indicators in total after we shrunk the list down. And the point of this slide was to try and bring to policymakers a bird's eye view. If your presentation was a satellite lens view, this was trying to bring to policymakers in Israel a bird's eye view of the indicators. And what we're seeing here is the indicators from each family that we chose to bring to the front, because we feel that they represent the story of the family that's happening behind that each square. And just to add to that, you can see it's not only about seeing the figure itself, but it's also about seeing the trend line. So I'll just explain. The triangles next to each indicator represent if there's been an improvement, if it went up or down. And sometimes down is an improvement, let's like loneliness, but if it's improved in comparison to the base year of 2015. But we also wanted to compare ourselves to other countries. So you can see the very thin line at the side. And if it's green, it means that we're in the top quarter. If it's red, we're in the bottom quarter. If it's yellow, then it's the second and third quarter. And gray, both here and there, it means that we don't have enough data in order to present that information. And in one specific place, you'll see a gray dashboard, and that'll be an indicator that's in development, because we couldn't find something that was good enough and relevant to policymakers. So that was the first question. We focus on the second question about our predictive indicators. Again, we can see that we can organize them in 4 families. So we're talking about health management, which is how I manage my health. It's about me understanding that my doctor's orders and my level of adherence to them. As you can see, it's not exactly the indicators that we see here. We do talk about the flu, but we know that the flu is only one piece of that health management. But again, we were trying to bring the good enough indicators, and while bringing up the good enough indicators, we're also working on developing better ones. Okay, so this is our health management. The second group is the healthy lifestyle. I think this is the most intuitive. It's about talking about what we eat, how much exercise we do, how much we smoke, and so on. The social active lifestyle is all about our relationships, our support networks, and our social networks, whether they're from our jobs, whether they're from volunteering, whether they're from the neighborhood, whether they're from our family. And not only about the support system, but also what we rely on them for or expect to rely on them for. Okay, so this is the third group. And the last group, the financial readiness, as you can see, we don't have enough indicators, so we're developing them. It's sort of like a mirror image of the health management. It's how I manage my finance, my financial literacy, talking about how I manage my assets, my wealth, my income, my expenses, and so on. And one more group, which is just a little bit outside, is the digital literacy, because we see digital literacy as a cross-cutting indicator, because it actually enhances our abilities in each one of the families. So if we're talking about health management, let's say I need to get some blood work, and I'm waiting to get it in the mail, and once I get it, I call the clinic to set up a meeting with my doctor because I want to go over the results, right? Really good health management. But if I also have digital literacy, I might be able to get on my phone. I might be able to schedule the appointment on the website and not be forced to call them in working hours, and even maybe meet up with the doctor on Zoom, so I don't even have to go to the clinic itself. So we understand why this is very, very important. Now, it's important to see that this is a framework. Okay, the content can change over time. Like I said, this is the core of the content, and it's going to change again and again. But what I want to talk about specifically in the predictive indicators is that you might notice that there are no rigid indicators here. We're not talking about education. We're not talking about social economic status. And it's not because they're not important. They're very, very important when developing a service and when targeting a specific population. But when talking about indicators that we're going to change in order to promote optimal aging, they're probably not going to be the first indicators we're going to change. We're not going to make all the older adults PhD doctorates. We're not going to make them all wealthy. But these are the indicators that we can influence and change in order to move the needle on the top layer. Now, moreover than that, what you're seeing here is only half the picture. Remember, we talked about shared responsibility. Here, we're only focusing on the population, and we're focusing on the behavior, the result, the bottom line that we want to achieve. What we're missing here is the other piece of the puzzle, which is how do we design the ecosystem? How do we design and adapt the services in order to promote these specific behaviors? And that's the work that we're doing with our government partners. It wasn't our mandate to decide that because it could be because those systematic indicators could be laid out in a number of ways. And this is where exactly our government partners came in and need to decide how they want to design that ecosystem. One more point that I forgot to say, just okay. So, like I said, this is a framework that acts as a northern star. And it's important to note that this framework is not about answering questions, and it's not about giving answers. It's not about the policymaker looking at this and understanding exactly what he or she needs to do. But it's more about focusing, giving the bird's eye view, focusing on where the problem is. Because, for example, we can see that in healthy years we're getting better, but when compared to the world, we're not that, or compared to the OECD countries, we're not that good. And the focus here is not about answers; it's more about asking better questions and asking better questions to promote better policy. And like I said, this map is dynamic, but moreover, it's a northern star, it's a keystone, it's a strategy where all the players can work still in their field with their language, their organizational culture, but understand how they can work together in order to promote optimal aging. And when I say this is the keystone, it's important because the keystone in an archway can't stand on its own, right? It needs all the stones in order to make the archway. And in the government resolution that adopted this map, and it's in Hebrew and I'll translate it, it's the government decision 127 that adopted the map of indicators. It was a revolutionary resolution in the sense that in the social sector, unless it's of economical indicator, there are almost no indicators in the social sector adopted by the government. So the resolution had made a few decisions. The first decision was to adopt the map, and this is the version of the map in Hebrew, very similar to what you saw in English. But moreover, except for that decision and adopting it as a dynamic map, it also asked the CBS, the Central Bureau of Statistics, to issue a report so we can monitor the progress of these indicators. So we have one source, one place that takes all the sources and produces a report, a national report to understand where we are. And I'm happy to say that last November, the report was issued. I have some slides, maybe we'll go into them later, that actually show the data that we just saw from the slide regarding the map of indicators. The third piece, another piece of the arch is guiding the government ministries to build their work plans according to the map of indicators. So each player can look at the team strategy, understand what is their role, what is their responsibility, and how they can change or adapt their services accordingly, whether it's develop new services or whether it's just change the existing ones. And the last point, the fourth point is about understanding that the map is dynamic, and in the fields, for example, like financial management, where we don't have good enough indicators, working together to establish and develop those indicators. And the last point is that indicators on their own is not enough. We also need to set goals, right? It's not about just having a team strategy, but also saying that the team wants to win. It's not about just playing good, it's about winning the game. So the fifth piece of the puzzle is also asking to generate a report to build the methodology of how do we make up the goals for each image.
Great, brilliant. Thank you very much. Are the indicators available online?
The report is, but continue.
Okay, thank you.
I'll say that we are working on a digital tool in order to enable access to anyone to see the data, but also play and analyze with it a little bit, but it's still in progress. So
great. Well, Google Translate these days is pretty good. Great, and I should say, your 81% flu uptake and 76% pneumococcal is nothing to be embarrassed of at a global level. Actually, compared to that, puts you up with Australia, Korea, and the UK. Pretty much the rest of the world is way down, way low on those sorts of indicators. Great, and let me open it up to any sort of conversations or points that anyone wants to make. We can bring back some of the charts. We've got a bit of time now. Who wants to sort of kick off with questions, thoughts, issues, arguments, disagreements?
Yeah,
Great.
just a couple of questions. The global index that you, first of all, thanks to both speakers. I think that some of you asked, why are we coming? Why are we speaking to each other? This is exactly why. To be able to compare and contrast national and ways of looking at health of older persons. I think just the first two presentations have made me breathe a huge sigh of relief to say, oh, this is actually why we wanted to get together. And there'll be more. But that's the first one. The second question to the global index of our friends in the UK is, how is this funded? Is this funded through the ILC-UK? Is it sustainable? Maybe a few words about the ILC, where it's budgeted.
Yeah.
So we know how these things work.
So ILC, we're very, very fortunate that we have managed to convince to get grant funding from Hallmark Foundation. We've got Stephen talking later. Pfizer, Sanofi, GSK, MSD, and Amgen, and they all put a little bit of money in to allow us to do it. Now I hope it's sustainable. I just need to look at our friends around the table and make sure they're willing to keep funding. But actually, we've got to make the case for why it's useful. You know, actually, if it's not useful, we won't get funding. My take is that actually this will become more useful over time. We will get more evidence, and these sorts of conversations allow us to make the case, because actually it allows us to ultimately influence how be in a place to better influence how you can improve health. And I think the link between the global and then indicators such as Gilad's sort of Israel, you know, they actually really tie together, and it gives us the opportunity to say, well, actually, this is what works here, and also think about what might work in one place that won't work somewhere else, which is interesting. Do you want to add anything to that,
Sure.
Aaron?
And I think it was really interesting to hear your presentation, Gilad, because I think it's to learn from other people and working in the same space. And I think the point that you raised around, you know, it is top level. It's looking at these indicators, but it's not necessarily telling you the underlying reasons as to why countries perform in a certain way. So I think that's a really important question, but I think or point to raise. But I think the point around the index is its flexibility, in that we can continue to use it in ways that we think are most important. And should that be because the narrative around healthy aging changes, then we would have to look to adapt the index and adapt how we compare countries to reflect that. But I think that's what makes it you know, quite powerful, because it has that ability to do that, so that we can change as policies and focuses change. And we can also be able to say things that maybe other countries aren't saying, or other organizations aren't saying, because we'd be able to use the index in a way to shape the work that we're doing. So I think that's kind of the biggest sort of opportunity of having it.
I know that the JDC has the ear of the government, as you saw from what Gilad presented, and always has, because it comes out of an organization. Maybe a couple of words of history, and Scott can correct me, but the joint, you'll find this interesting, the organization that runs both ESHEL and we're here for Brookdale, two groups, NGOs, came out of an organization that came together during the First World. Sorry to come back to the First World War all the time, but everything seems to go back to that, including the Ukraine war. But the joint organization came together to help the Jewish community in Palestine at the time in the First World War and across Europe, because it was being massacred in every possible way, shape, or form. And this organization developed over many years and funded an international NGO, which is what it is, which receives some money from the government, but it's an independent organization. And Yitzhak was the head of ESHEL, this organization that Gilad presented from for 25 years. So I'm interested in the NGOs and how this stuff isn't sustainable. And that's what you do, this lovely work. What happens to ILC? You don't answer this. It's what happens to ILC if it falls apart? What happens if, is this kind of work going to be continued? And do you guys, if you can answer this later, do you guys have the support at JDC of the funders of the organization to keep this work? How important is it? And I think that
it's funded globally, not right?
Globally,
just UK.
No. And I
didn't catch it. But
yeah, and I think you know, clearly we would hope the coalition we're building will help build the strength on it. We want to, you know, we're not far off having access to data so we can do the next version. And one of the interesting questions will be, has this changed and how has it changed post-COVID? So where are the real changes that you've seen? So we're in this for the long term, and actually, if having got managed to convince G7 and G20 ministers to engage, I suspect that means that we're in a good place. What in terms of the ILC Global Alliance, and I'm gonna, you know, I always have to be careful because I'm just creating work for my colleagues, but actually it strikes me that what we could do is develop an index just of ILC Global Alliance members and produce a little ILC Global Alliance report that would be just, and then we could get the individual ILC Global Alliance members to write a little chapter about their country each. So that might be a really nice thing for us to do as the Global Alliance. Go on, Sylvia.
Maybe I jump in here. First of all, thank you. Just a word of caution, because I fear that in ILC Global Alliance, you may encounter some members who may not be fans of indexes.
Sure.
And that is probably based on the experience that HelpAge has had with the aging index, that after a few years they dropped it. WHO has had, and maybe Tamar remembers, an attempt to also have a global health index of countries, and after a couple of 3 years, they dropped it. Why is that? Several reasons. One is because, really, as you say, the ranking is an average of the different components, and the difference between one indicator and another is maybe huge. There have been instances where countries who were placed in the HelpAge in the 10th place boasted, you know, at the World Health Assembly or at the UN, and in reality, the reality on the ground was not reflective of the index. Another reason is that the different level of reliability of the data that comes out from many countries. So when you're in Israel, you can trust more the available data. It may not be the same case with some of the members of the ILC Global Alliance, for example, just as an example, but that was definitely the case in with the HelpAge index. So this is something that I always feel a little bit apprehensive with.
And I think, you know,
Curb your enthusiasm, is that
well,
what you
I think, you know, actually there is, you know, we see this as being a tool for conversation, and we have absolutely made value judgments in the weightings you do. Actually, country X, so it might say, well, I appreciate, so, you know, we are low on the score, but we are highest on happiest. That's the most important thing, you know. So and actually, when we get to the next stage and we start to say, look, if you do this, you can push your way up. Actually, you start to have this conversation, but I completely understand. It's a real difficult thing because you don't want to go and tell someone they're not in.
So that's why the question is it worth investing too much into that, maybe in the separate components rather than a ranking of countries. I think that it's complicated, because again, happiness can be a different, as you mentioned, can be a different thing between. You know, I mean,
we did do something.
This kind of happiness may be completely, actually, I know it's completely different from what in Israeli would define as happy. So that's one thing. If I may, and you asked about the ILC Global Alliance, and the alliance, as it is composed by national centers, really is constantly looking for projects that they can interact and do together. And there are some research projects on caregiving or on issues of women's status, health, or beyond. And also we do together, and this is what I am mostly in, is on the advocacy front. And the advocacy is to ensure that older persons or aging is adequately represented throughout the UN, which is not necessarily the case, and WHO, which is not necessarily the case, even though there is several units dealing with aging, but you don't see it reflected across the organization. And one simple example would be this history that we had with the ICD, the International Classification of Diseases, where they put aging as an indicator of
disease.
And there was a balance. And they were not talking to the unit dealing with aging, which actually promote the improving the functional ability of the integrated care of older persons. So we have those issues and how the indicators become, complicated even within the same organization. And I want to get to the point of what I am missing in the conversation, both. Is, although it would be included in the happiness, but I think the issue of the human rights-based approach and the issue of what do older persons want. And it goes beyond just the happiness. It relates also with the legal systems, with the barriers that don't enable me to have the access to health or the other indicators or issues, and really to be part of in the roadmaps on the, where do I sit? Where do I, as an older person, where is my voice in there that can be really strong beyond just happiness, which is really subjective, so into something more concrete. And that's why I use human rights, which is a concrete and legal mining issue. So I think that.
Sylvia, where you work, just I know, but not everybody here knows. You're coming from your
I come from,
experience.
but I am an eclectic, not only with nationalities, but also with backgrounds. But I worked several years, many years in WHO in the aging and life course unit. I actually ran a project on elder abuse. I did the first ever multi-country study asking older persons what they thought elder abuse was, because until 2000, nobody had asked older persons. So we were comparing the perceptions of older persons with those of primary healthcare workers. And from that study took me to more and more towards human rights. Because again, when you ask professionals, they give you the physical abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, all the categories of elder abuse. When you ask older persons, they tell you they are taking my choice away. Is the violation of my rights. And that brought me to advocate more and more for the inclusion and for the recognition of older persons as human rights holders. And that is why I've been involved in advocacy at the UN level, representing the ILC Global Alliance and in the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse. I chair the NGO Committee on Aging, a coalition of NGOs with an interest in aging and older persons. Again, we're advocating across the UN, and that is the UN and the Department of Social Affairs and Economic Affairs, but also WHO, the Human Rights Council, the International Telecommunications Union, that they have a new program on older persons and ICTs, the ILO, the United Nations Refugees Agencies, and more. Because older persons are not in most places, are absent, are invisible. And that's why we need to bring them in with a strong voice in order to be able to be reflected in the policies. And in order to be legally accepted and then taken prevention, because it will be demanded by us.
Yeah. Thanks. Konya, please.
I completely agree. I forgot to mention Shirley, who's my partner in crime working on this, but I completely agree with everything you said, and I think it does come into place. Maybe I had a 20 minutes presentation, so maybe I can talk about everything, but I completely agree. And I think, first of all, two things. One, we use the ICF model, not just to talk about the ecosystem, but also to talk about the older adult, their intrinsic values, their capabilities, and their outlook and their perception. So in that sense, it has to come in there. And when talking about the map, we had a big discussion, should meaning be there or not? Because meaning is not something, I know what you're gonna say, but I'm saying meaning is very relevant, because when you're talking about health, you can have the best healthcare system, but it's not necessarily taking in view with the older adults. It's not personalized to the older adult. When we're talking about economic resilience, it doesn't have to take into respect the older adult. But when we're talking about meaning, you can't not address what the older adult wants, because meaning changes over time and it changes between people. So in that sense, just putting that in there is a first step in that direction. But moreover, when we're talking about designing the services and understanding that this is what we need to promote, the way that we work takes into account also the older adult, and we try to bring him into the process and understand what's important to them and how to make the service work, not make it work, but make it work for them. And I'll add that the whole way that we work around the map, I mean, JDC ESHEL as ESHEL are not the most experts in aging. We know a lot about aging, but we're not the experts in aging. We are the expert in the process of how making that. I always say that the informal description of my position is to bridge the gap between strategy and tactics, between talking here and doing here. And it's not a top-down route; it's a bottom-up and top-down. And Shirley is my partner in crime in the sense that she brings the research into this and making sure, so we bring the policymakers to the table and make sure that this indicator, it's relevant to you. It's not just an indicator that we publish, it's an indicator that you're going to use. And Shirley make sure that when I bring a figure, it's the right figure, and it's not just a figure that maybe, like you said, the countries that you can't trust the figure, that you can trust what you're looking at, and it means what it means, but also taking in mind that it doesn't show you 100% of the truth. It shows you a part of reality, and you need to keep that in mind. So that's how we work together.
Maybe I can complete what Gilad said and reflect in your remark on human rights, and to say a few things. First, the autonomy of the person, that is very connected to human rights. It's included in the CASP,
Quality of life.
quality of life indicator. So this is one indicator. Second, a lot of time human rights is connected to different different population group. Okay? And one of the objectives of the map is to see the differences between different population groups, between Arab and Jews, between different age groups, between men and women, between, and more than that, we want to see not only what Gilad called the first suspects of differences between different population groups, but also to do like more complex analysis to see if there are some population groups that we miss, or combination of population groups that we miss. In that sense, if we will show differences between Arab and Jews, that it's very clear. And you can see it also in the CBS report. Or we can see differences between Arab women and Jews women. We can see the difference between population, and that reflects in some ways human rights or different access to the services. And what is important is that the map is a way of common knowledge or North Stars, as Gilad says, or it will open the discussion, okay? Because you will see the differences and then you can ask what are the differences.
I agree, and I know that you do, and I know that the ILC-UK do, so I don't want to be seen as criticizing. What I'm trying to say is, like you say, we need to change the narrative on the economy. We really need to bring it to the fore in whatever we do and because I know you deal with it. Just put it out there in order, because that has to be part of the change in the conversation.
So I'll just add to what Shirley said, because I forgot to show in my presentation. When we, in the resolution, when they talked about goals, one of the guidelines regarding the goal was not just improving the average, because improving the average you can do by just improving the people who are better off. It was about improving the average through closing the gaps. And in that sense, it's not just looking at the immediate suspects, but it's really understanding who doesn't do exercise, who doesn't reach healthcare, and by understanding who those people are, and just saying Arabs is not in the right resolution in order to design services. You need something more specific. And when we find that specific and work on them, and in that way bridge the gap, in that way we address everything you're saying. And I started off by saying you're completely right, so I didn't feel you were criticizing. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you.
I think what it highlights is actually how sort of complementary the two indexes are, and actually inevitably, because we're trying to do 120x countries, we're using data that is you can get for 120 countries, which is much more limited than what you can get within a country. So clearly what would be great is if you have the equivalent of what you've got here for everywhere in the world, where you can really delve down to, as you say, exactly who does physical activity, how do they do it, why don't they do it, you know, really useful. I think just to come back on your other point, and perhaps bring Aaron in a moment, that one of the we definitely don't see this as being us saying country X is better than country Y, not least because, you know, there's no way, I don't believe the UK scores as highly as it does on environment. I live in the UK, you know, but actually it allows us, and we're very self-critical anyway, you know, so but actually that's the point. It's allow us to have these sorts of the conversations, and actually in, you know, I don't know if we have sensible politics anywhere anymore, but I remember working with a government minister in the UK about 15 years ago, and he said to me, you know what, I don't mind you putting me on the front page of the national paper criticising me, because it gives me the power to go to the cabinet and get more money for this. And I think at the moment it's, you know, there isn't, certainly in the UK, there is not that bravery anymore. We don't like the criticism, but there used to be a time where politicians were like, I wouldn't, you know, I'm not going to be able to convince the Prime Minister to give me money unless you tell me I'm rubbish. So please do it. And I think that changed, and really striking, you know, when we did the thing in India, you think hard sell here. Going to a G20, an event in Parliament where we're basically saying to, you know, the Indian High Commission that they are bottom is in itself a challenge. But actually one of the things that was striking is the Indian High Commission and the people from India there were like, you know, we know where we are, we know this, we know what we've got to do. And you think this is that, you know, that's useful. But you're you know, there is undoubtedly a challenge of presentation as much. So Aaron, do you want to come back on?
I think, I mean, I think the issue with data is an uphill battle I face every day when I'm trying to look at what can I look, you know, how can we compare countries in a way that we can actually, you know, that we have the data. And it's always a question as to how reliable is that data, because they are getting it from those countries, and, you know, are they as good as places, you know, other places. UK is often heralded as, you know, place where they collect data quite well. But I mean, so I think that was going to be an ongoing issue. I think it is certainly a starting point where we can at least compare with what we have. But I think, yeah, I think the points that you raise are really important. And I think obviously when we're talking about this, we need to be also careful about what we're saying. And we need to really have a good understanding of the countries that we're talking about as well. When we're talking about the G20, also having those conversations, like David said, with the Indian High Commission to really understand what the issues are, because they were able to really give us a really deep dive into what are the key healthy aging issues. Where is it that India is doing really well? For instance, technology, it's leading in many ways when it comes to technology, but there's also issues when it comes to the quality of food. So it was interesting because the index obviously didn't say this, but we were able to build a bit of a narrative through that conversation with the people in the room.
And also the issue of this disaggregated data, when you know that in many countries is all 60 and above, and you're comparing.
And I think the other side, of course, that Help Age and Age International point out is, of course, in, you know, where there is an assumption that you don't have excess mortality if you're above a certain age.
Right.
So, for example, there are some indicators which assume that, you know, you haven't died early if you die after 70, whereas of course, clearly you may well have died 20 years younger than you should have. We've got a sort of question online around sort of from Gabriella. I see my eyesight in post. I'm blaming COVID and not age. Gabriella Wills, who's online. Given how important social interaction and contact are for good aging, what do you see that although digitalization can create contact, it can become a cause for isolation, particularly if it causes the closure of certain services like shops and banks and post offices? So it's an interesting question about how you mitigate that risk. I don't know if you thought about that in terms of Israel, how you mitigate the risk of, yes, we all need to be online, not just to book the car parking, but actually, you know, use the WhatsApp, but actually the risk of losing services and how you manage that. Is that one for the policymakers to worry about?
So when talking about, we call them LSIs, large scale initiatives, which is the other half of the puzzle. We have one LSI that's called digital inclusion, which talks about exactly that. How do we make the ecosystem more digitally inclusive to people who don't have a digital literacy, but also how we enhance digital literacy, and in that. And in designing that ecosystem, we take that into consideration. That it's not only about making everything digital and enabling everyone to use a digital platform, but also enabling them to maybe get access to the digital platforms through a mitigator, whether it's the physical space or whether it's a person that does it for them. But finding those solutions, maybe ChatGPT in the future, I don't know. But we're thinking about it all the time, and it's one of the guiding principles, just like Sadiq pointed out.
That's interesting.
Aaron, can I ask you a question about the data? I mean, the world is divided into lumpers and splitters. You know, some people like to put everything into little lumps, and some people like to split down to granularity about which Arab village the woman comes from to determine the health status. So you have to make a decision somewhere. But an organization that has always impressed me out of the UK is The Economist, and their ability to lump data. Do you deal with them? Do you talk to them? They have some really nice ways of making international comparisons that I read every week in my Economist. Tell us about that, if you would.
So you know, we are very fortunate in the UK in terms of data and indeed data analysis. I guess, you know, sort of, and we have worked in the past with The Economist, and I think one of the really interesting things going forward, and you know, mentioned ChatGPT and things like that, is actually how we make this data as accessible and usable as possible to people, given that actually people are less likely to want to read the 200-page report anymore. Right. So and I think The Economist, amazing data visualization. So I think there's something about us thinking about going forward. How do we do the data visualization and storytelling that then allows, you know, one of the things that we may do at a later stage of our initiative is let someone say, well, you know, if we did better on X, would that improve our position? You know, let people manipulate the data in sort of, you know, have a bit of gamification involved. So India, for example, we might ultimately get to a level, you know, whether we do or whether a separate platform, we might ultimately get to a level where you say that the best thing you can do in India is improve diets and reduce contaminated foods. You know, the best thing you could do in country X is this. So using the data to help us. But I do think, you know, what The Economist, and we're also very fortunate in the UK with the Office of National Statistics, who are independent of government. We have been geeks on births and deaths records since the Doomsday, but you know, we are one of the few countries where you can trust. Like, you know, there is quite a lot of sort of, you know, some of the stories of people who lived to 130, where it turns out they forgot when they were born in other countries, but actually you know, we're pretty sure that our births and death records go back far enough in the UK, which isn't the case for lots of places. So we are very fortunate, and that they are independent enough that they can and do tell government they're wrong, which is good.
And we have a good Central Bureau of Statistics in this country that probably grew out of the British Mandate, I would guess. I don't know the history of it.
As many things.
Yeah, but did the Central Bureau of Statistics come out of the mandate? Because for those, I'm a history geek, as you can see, the Brits were here for 30 years. Right. And the hospital systems, we won't go into now, but the hospital systems and the way they're built and function are, you know, started with the British Mandate. So I just wonder, you know, no one has to answer. I'll look it up later. Because we have very good data.
Yes.
Interesting.
I'd like to blame the British.
I agree with you.
Yeah, am I right that it started with the Brits? It started
Yes.
Interesting. Zitzmar was in the Ministry of Health, as was I, for many years, but that's right. Data are important. I think we're two countries that have really good data, and that's one reason why we can talk to each other about this, because we both have.
Sure.
And I think just to add, I mean, I know you have it in your index, of course, but over time, you know, obviously we can start tracking progress as well. And I think particularly where if, you know, given it's a bit more limited, to given it's much more high level and fewer indicators, actually seeing the change there and then digging down can be interesting as well.
It's also worth mentioning, I mean, especially when you're looking at the top performers, when you're looking at life expectancy, healthy life expectancy, we're talking about very small differences. So, you know, I mean, 0.2 point, you know, I mean, so when that's just something to keep in mind. But obviously, as you go further down the index, you're going to see much larger differences. And we're doing a little bit of analysis at the moment, because I think as the findings as we're seeing them now is we do sort of see a split between sort of the top 50 and then the bottom 50. So, you know, I think that is just worth keeping in mind. We are sometimes talking about small differences, but in my previous slide, when I was looking at the UK indicators and Israel indicators, obviously, again, you can see for life expectancy, healthy life expectancy, very small differences, but then for some, there are significantly larger differences between the two. So it's interesting.
In put some like standard deviation measure that will like indicate if it's small differences or big differences. Like the Gini,
When you compare the healthy lifespan to the life expectancy, then there you can see differences. So I can say about Israel, for example, that we're unique in the sense that healthy lifespan for women is lower than men, which is only in 7 countries in the OECD. And second, unfortunately, they live longer than men, but they have a shorter healthy year lifespan. And when you compare them, then you can see that maybe life expectancy in Israel is relatively high, especially at the age of 65. But when you look at healthy lifespan, we're somewhere in the middle. And it's a philosophical question if we should live less, more healthy, or live longer, less healthy. But still, it shows it puts something else on the table, which is not only that those small differences of a few months over here and a few months over there.
I mean, and in the UK, I mean, often, you know, we're looking at life expectancy, healthy life expectancy. You talk to anybody from the UK, the first thing they will say, yes, but if you look at those who are from, you know, the highest sort of lowest deprivation versus the highest deprivation, you're going to see, you know, a 20-year span difference, you know, in healthy life expectancy. So, you know, the conversation always tends to navigate towards these inequalities and these differences. Yes, on a whole, it looks good, but actually these inequalities are quite, you know, glaring. So yeah, I mean, it's really interesting looking at, obviously with public with data like this. I think the most we can do is really look at gender differences, sex differences, but you know, looking at others is always a bit of a challenge. But I would love to be able to look at that granular kind of data as well.
did you thought about entering disability level indicator, or some like the Galley question?
The data, yeah, not specifically for this index, although we have used the disability adjusted life year in our previous work when we were looking at the number of years lived in poor health, because for us this was a huge part of our prevention program. When we're looking at, you know, that burden, we have to really be looking and understanding that actually people can be living with a condition and it can significantly impact their ability to work and contribute to the economy. So not for this index, but we have actually worked with that metric in the past. And I know obviously it's quite widely used metric, and it is very interesting. I mean, even understanding that metric on its own, there's so many different calculations, and you know, over the last few years, they've changed the weighting on the various different conditions. So yeah, it is a really interesting metric to look at.
Okay, so I have a technical. I got a message from someone who's watching. I'll read this out. Enjoying the conference. It's a bit hard to know who is talking if they don't reintroduce themselves each time. Is that possible? Just your name and where you're from. Because people, I guess they can't message from. And by the way, while I'm talking, there are Lou's bathrooms off to the left, and please feel free if you wish to, we will have a coffee break, but if you want to get up and drink or something, please avail yourself. Yeah, thanks.
Sylvia.
A question on both. Mental health, is it mixed there with all the health, or do we have any separate units?
So we talked
This was
about,
Sylvia.
Yeah.
so Gila with us from JDC ESHEL, and yeah, it's something, it's part of the 40 indicators, but again, like I said, there are few indicators we don't have about the entire population, such as a cognitive indicator, for example, which is something that is in the parking lot ideas that we want to start in developing maybe by the end of this year. But it's on the table. It's not good enough that we have.
And I'll let Aaron answer this. I think one of the things, the potential with ours is that we can potentially throw on a huge number of different data sets if we can get them. So for example, dementia as well, and other conditions. So I'm hoping over time we will develop it, and whether it sits within the central indicator or you have side indicator, it might sit better sometimes side indicator, but massive potential to sort of look globally at some of the conditions. We've just slightly separately, and I think it sits better separately at the moment, launched a global with colleagues at the Coalition for Life Course Immunisation, a global index, a European index of pneumococcal vaccine in terms of uptake, reimbursement, and current, so you could look at individual, and the issue for, one of the reasons, of course, we're doing this is, most of this data, we needed to manipulate the data, but this is all publicly available data, but it's not in one place. And actually, it's you're talking, what we hope is that this data is useful for researchers and for others. So, when we get the website, like you'd be able to just download the 5 sets of data for your country and compare country X and country Y, which at the moment is just, you'd have to do all of this analysis and then do it. Whereas actually, we hope that will be a useful tool for people as well.
Where did I see you can do that? You can compare countries. Worldometer or what?
There are, yes,
There are-
there is.
You can put-
Hans Roslin.
There's different
Yes.
places.
Yeah.
Mark Clark will come in.
Yes. Yeah.
There are places where you
Yeah.
can do this, I think.
Yes.
And I
Yeah.
think this is something to be encouraged.
How well did that now?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, yeah.
How well did
Our world,
Other
that's
places,
really
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Waste a lot of time. Waste a lot of time. trying to-
Yeah.
A lot of manipulations.
Yeah.
And just to come in, Sylvia, on your point around mental health, it's Aaron from ILC. If the data is available at the global level, absolutely, I would love to have to be able to look at that. And I think mental health is such an important area. What I wonder is potentially, looking at that indicator at different regions. So looking at Eurostat, for instance, is likely to have more indicators on mental health. So potentially that is something there where we can start and look at sort of the regional EU level and then sort of span out as the data becomes more available. So it's certainly something that, we can discuss, and I think is, an important point. I would say the closest thing we probably have to that at the moment is the happiness metric, but it's so, as we've mentioned already, I mean, it's
Loneliness.
loneliness, yeah. So they talk about it in a way, but not.
Is one of the issues,
Yeah.
the areas where there is less data.
Yeah.
On older
Yeah.
persons.
Yeah.
Because, and I can tell you, heated argument with somebody from the World Psychiatric Association, when they even tell me a lot of people with mental health issues, they die younger. So we don't deal with as if it was something that as if there were no onset of mental health issues in later life. So it's a huge area that deserves.
I would imagine, though, the data would become I think the earliest data we will see will be around clinical outcomes and mental health, and then we would start to see more around mental health and well-being, which I think obviously is very interesting as well. And I know that now there's more discussion about well-being, so I would like, to see some indicators on those as well. But I wonder what's already there at the global level around specific clinical conditions.
All right. And then.
Yeah, first of all, it's very interesting. and
Introduce
thank you.
yourself, Marie.
Hi, I'm Marie from JDC ESHEL. I work in the topics of health and caregiving in our field. And I wanted to ask about your index that you presented. one of the things that you mentioned was that you were aimed to try and have a conversation and maybe promote governments to have more money from their budgets, from their health budget, invested in prevention.
Mhm.
And I was wondering if you had a comparison of that, if you can say in those countries, what is the percentage? I know in Israel, we have only 2% of our health budget is in prevention. And I wonder if you thought about it's very, you know, it's very in front, and maybe you thought about not doing it, but I think it's something that can in some ways maybe raise the question of why and what does it mean, and also have another discussion of what you call as prevention. It's something to put it on the stage.
Yes, Aaron from ILC again. I think, so I know the OECD captures prevention spend for members of the OECD. I imagine what we would have to do is, go at the national level and try and collect that data, which I think will be quite a big task. But I think it's really important because actually when you start looking at where money is being spent by different countries, you get a really clear picture as to how much prevention is not a priority within health spending. But then, as you said, you also have to be mindful of what do they consider prevention? Is it, is it vaccination? Is it more wide? Because also in the UK, for example, a lot of preventative interventions lie outside of the health system. You're looking at social determinants of health. You have the third sector playing an important role in linking people to different services that could be around, like you were saying, still be around mental health, but also combating loneliness and things like that. So I mean, if I could get the data on that, I would be very interested to be able to compare the index with the spend on prevention.
We do, at the OECD level, we do. So we did a piece of work, and Aaron really led a piece of work around looking at Canada. So we spend 6% on of the healthcare budget on prevention, and our work generally, as we presented earlier, showed that countries which spend more tend to have better outcomes in terms of the economic outputs. But it absolutely, I think again, it's a tool, isn't it, for conversation, because then you get into the I spent it on X versus Y, and it allows us to then delve a bit more. Guy, did you want to come in? And then go ahead.
I'm Shirley from Multidisciplinary Research Institute, and from my little experience in international comparison, we understand that to change things, you need to understand the system of services. And it's very important to understand the system of services in order to help government to change, or what you need to compare yourself to a country that is like you in the system of services. For example, if you have like national system of health, or is it a regional, or what kind of pension system do you have? So do you think to include some kind of indicator about the system of services?
Like who you should compare yourself to.
Really
If we compare ourselves to India or compare ourselves to the UK, we might see ourselves in completely different light.
In the United States.
The United States,
UK.
That's an interesting point. I mean, obviously the country blocks that actually was, I think, an initial step to kind of be able to compare, but obviously, like I said, G20 includes a wide range of different countries. I mean, I think that's a really interesting point. And I think will really aid in terms of that messaging around the index and where countries where countries sit on it. But I'd have to look into it. I would love to talk to you more about sort of that sort of comparison. I think that could be really interesting.
Definitely. And we did, so when we did a couple of things 2019 and 2020 with the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the US, and one of the things that he pointed out was the US is very big. So irrespective of the healthcare system, actually the ability for someone who lives, irrespective of the big city, ignore the big city system, of course, public transport is terrible in anyway, but actually people have to drive a long way for healthcare. So sometimes, hundreds of miles to get to basic healthcare services, and that actually that in itself is a part of the system that may not be incorporated by any of these measures, but that actually is really important.
That brings me to that point. You could compare Canada, the United States, Australia.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
In the domain
Yeah.
of the birth, and because we talk about the birth
Yeah.
here, it's a
Yeah.
joke. It took me 20 minutes to get to the hospital.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
know anything, you know, so
Yeah.
I think that's a good point about comparing
Yeah.
jurisdictions or
Yeah.
jurisdictions or kind of like India, for example.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big
Region,
country. It's a big country.
Can I bring Guy, Itmar, and then Yitzhak? Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Guy.
Guy from ILC-Israel. First of all, I just want to comment on an index. Or index is a tool. They're a powerful tool. At the end of the day, the ranking is a catalyst. People don't want to be low on the ranking or really high on the ranking, and not necessarily dive into. And most governments, will not have the capability, and decision makers that actually put the money behind what we need them to put it will not read the 200-page report, but they will remember they were 13 on the ranking. So I think it is a powerful tool without even going into the details. And of course, all of this information is super important. And it's important because what we want to do is tailor a local operation, or let's say tailor a local plan, because there's no one size fits all type of activity that will help us out. Obviously, everybody knows prevention, everybody understand the concepts, but then is it a geographical matter? Is it something? And I've seen it in many other types of research where you look into something and then you find out that the outcome is the same, but the reasons for it are very, very different. And it's not only on a national level, it could be even, inside one country, with different areas need different treatments. And to do that, it would only be on a national level, and the index is the catalyst to go there.
And it's worth saying, even the best performing countries that, it's not to say that they're perfect, right? I mean, this is a ranking as relative to each of these countries, so there is always room for improvement across the board, as
I'll also add to that in the way that we work, the map of indicators is at the national level, but when we're talking about the LSIs and programs underneath, we're also talking about a map of indicators for each one of them and seeing how those three layers correlate, because obviously we won't be able to say what is the contribution of a specific program to it's something that we're not even striving to do, because it's basically impossible, no matter how much money. But looking at putting data on the table at each level and making sure that it correlates to the levels above and making sure that they work together in synchronicity, that's exactly what we're trying to promote. And that's a conversation we're starting to make. And that's why I'm saying that the data or the content of the map is less important to me right now, because it changes all the time, but it adapts to what the need is from whether it's the strategy level or the tactic level. So
It's Mara, and then
We're talking Ben-Gurion University, former Israeli Ministry of Health and Executive Board of WHO. And I would like to raise maybe to address 3 points. One of them is the issue of health inequality. We have discussed it, but I think maybe to include an index, because in Israel, for example, we know that very high life expectancy, but very big differences between population groups. So, and there are some people who try to make an index of inequality within some kind of an index within it, which will, because otherwise you can't look at all the population, all the differences. You have to perform some kind of a combined index for this. Another point to Arun about the correlation between the different categories, which means that on one hand it looks good, on the other hand statistically it can make some problem, because if happiness is correlated with income, so maybe the same country will have they will have higher rates at both of these, and there is some correlation. So maybe this should have some somehow particularly, and also in the Israeli index, which there are some correlations. One of the I was involved in a project that the Israeli Federal Bureau of Statistics developed quality of life indicators, and they are principles for the health indicators, and they insisted very much that we put only outcomes, not let's say it doesn't matter for me if someone smokes. The question is if he has lung cancer. Okay, so I think this was too strict, and I think some way to try to address, like you mentioned before, maybe how much is spent on prevention, or other way to measure the health and the social services. The part they have in the country, what are the strengths, what are the sorts of services. For example, give you an example from Israel, children vaccination is very high because we have this system operated by the Ministry of Health. But for the adult, there is no adult vaccination systematic program. So this is why the vaccination rates among adults are much lower, of course. So this is some kind of a way to measure the services. And I would, anyway, besides the issue of that just it was included, I think, in the physical activities, and I think it helps since we're dealing with prevention. It's very important to include in the global index some way of addressing smoking or some of this, which are that is really available. For example, for smoking global on the global level or something like that.
Yeah, right.
In this index.
No, absolutely. We've done some really powerful UK work on smoking, but its importance across is huge. So yeah, do you want to come in?
I'm Israel Greek from the Israeli Gerontological Society and also Haifa University. And I have a question to you about the index. How do you take into consideration the work that is done by not-for-profit organizations? For example, I'm well aware about the work that the IFA is doing on vaccination for many, many years, and they have a lot of information gathered through this period of use. And where does it go into your work on the collection of the data for the index?
So as you would have seen in my presentation, I think most of our data is from the UN because they have the most comprehensive data set for us. I mean, yeah, IFA has great data set. We've used their data on many other publications. I think obviously, would be particularly useful in looking in vaccination. I think it's more around what's available and how much data we have for as many countries as we have. That's the biggest limitation with this index, or not, I wouldn't say limitation, I would say more the struggle of trying to find good data. I think there are lots of different places where we can find data sets from. Also, it helps us to use from similar sources because then we can compare. It's easier to compare the data rather than looking at having different methods for each metric that we're looking at, because we're not the ones collecting the data itself, so we're always a bit constrained by these others. But thanks for that point. I mean, I think it's really important.
And I think we can also use, for example, it's a good sort of tie into the next session. Use the index as a way of then promoting really good practice, promoting what's going on. So promoting what people like IFA are doing, what the Global Alliance is doing in certain areas. And we've got a couple of people coming up next who are going to talk about sort of their good practice. In terms of IFA, we're talking to them. They have their big biannual conference coming up this year in Bangkok, and we're planning to hopefully do a session with them there. So on this topic. So we work very closely with them, and actually I think frankly one of the things about aging, as you all know, is there aren't actually a huge number of organizations in this space interested, so actually we all have to work together, and I think this platform is a tool, frankly, where we're going to make the data available, so if anyone else wants to use it, go ahead and do it.
I have two more points just for thought.
Great.
One, going back to what Shirley said, one of the things that we always talk about when looking at the data is the cultural differences. Because let's say when we talk about loneliness, obviously the difference in expectations depending on culture is very, very important. Because maybe in Israel, not going every other weekend to your mother for Shabbat dinner means that she's lonely, but maybe in the northern countries, once in 3 months is more than enough. So that's a big question that we always put out there when looking at the data. And the second thing that we are seeing, especially in our map, where it's the cutoff is 65 and above, for many reasons which I'm not going to go into, but we're seeing that the surge and the change in the demographics of the older adults, we're seeing more and more younger older adults. So you saw that the loneliness trend line is improving, but the question is is the loneliness really being alleviated? Or is it just we having more younger, older adults? Or so the change in demographics is changing the figure. And then in 10 years from now, when the younger older adults become older adults, we'll see the change, we'll see the changing tides going way the other direction. So it's another thing that we always keep in mind, and we always say that the map isn't a tool on its own. It's something, it's another tool in the toolbox to enable better policymaking, but it's not, it doesn't show a clear perfect picture of reality.
And I think to give you an example from the UK on that, I did some work about 15 years ago where, of course, we were really conscious that measures of poverty in old age were very, a measure of poverty which just says 60% of average income away is a bit irrelevant to most people, and for different communities they want and need different things. So we did some work looking at Somali women and in Manchester, and some work actually with the traveller community. And one of the things about the traveller community in the UK is the one sign of being in poverty would be not being able to afford a wedding. And that was the thing that they was the highest thing on their map, their agenda was, and clearly you have to think about sort of amongst different groups, we value different things. In some poorer communities in the UK, car ownership was negative, not positive, because basically if you owned a car, you had the stress of owning a car, you had to insure it, you were worried about it being stolen. So actually there was an element of it was a negative progress index rather than a positive, which is, so at that point, I'm going to stop for a moment. We've got plenty of time to talk over the as we go forward. We're going to, as Mark said, please grab some teas and coffees and drinks if you want. We're going to take a short break in a while, but before that, I'm going to pass to Aaron to sort of take control and take chair and introduce some of our case studies around good practice. Is that okay, Aaron?
Aaron, can we just stand up for 5 minutes and not stand up for a minute, not a real break, just really stand up, stretch and then sit down. Don't leave. This isn't,
including if you're at home.
if you want to use the loop for a minute, go ahead, but don't. Okay, we've had a request for 5 minute break, but the answer is yes if it's 5 British minutes, not 5 Swiss minutes. 5 minutes. You thought that was great. Hello to Bishu. Why are we doing this?
So I'm very enthusiastic about your idea of validation skills. This is what I'm doing in initiating Israel. And so I come from the
There's a nutrition break. Leż bo nadacie szwa, absolutnie,
very excited about taking that experience the knowledge
At the end of the day, we got to take their role and responsibility in that organization. I loved all about bringing and how and the way that he showed it. So I took a map at the same time when I speak about government ministries and that itself. It's very nice. So we made the so the ego is what I really want, and the super ego is what I say. So everybody wants over adults. And that power of limited. So the map on top shows that once but then you break it down, and that's a process where we come in and understanding, okay, so you want to take responsibility for this part of the map. What does that mean? What is your target population? What are your individual you want? The health industry was a lot of systematic, and they focus a lot on the opportunity as well, and they
Whether it takes notes or not.
Did you live in the United States? Okay, no, because you don't talk like a US.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Where are you from in the US?
I actually wanted to stay.
Was like, wow, now we were. That's huge. And the other day,
Then you try to say, okay,
Yeah, we waited.
ladies and gentlemen. It's mandatory. Exactly, it's something small that.
So yeah, so sorry if I didn't. I think it's what.
Okay, so.
הייתי בגולן ככה, הרגשתי שאני קצת בכל.
But it's really important.
Ladies and gentlemen.
We have initiatives
Let's go. Are we missing anybody? Our speakers are here. Hi, Ben. How are you? Go. All righty. That was an unauthorized but welcome break. So, Arun, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. So welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice little break, and also to all those joining virtually. Hope you were able to get a moment, step up, get some coffees, teas, what have you. So I'll be chairing the next discussion, looking at good practice and what works well. And I'm delighted to have Adam Rose with us today to share some findings from your work. Adam Rose is an associate professor at the Hebrew University School of Public Health, and his research interests include quality of care measurement, implementation, science, and medical outcomes research. He is a member of the steering committee for Israel's National Program for Quality Indicators in Community Medicine. So, Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. May I have the mouse, please?
This is the most.
I think so.
Yeah.
And well, just one second. ביקשה ממך להביא את זה עכשיו? סליחה. כן. פה אתה רוצה? Okay, so just this is lunch being set up, but let's soldier on.
Okay. This morning we heard some presentations about some really big dot measures, life expectancy, happiness. And one of the things that you have to do to improve things like that is to look at a more micro level at doing specific things better. And healthcare is only a small part of that. As we all know, and as we're finding out more every day, healthcare is actually a fairly minor contributor to how happy people are, how long they live, and other things. Something like sanitation or refrigeration does much more, or vaccinations. But healthcare is the field I'm in, and so I'm going to talk about it. And it is part of what determines. So I'm going to talk about Israel's quality measurement program in community healthcare, and specifically some of the measures that relate to older adults. So by way of introducing the idea, the Institute of Medicine, I'm sure you've all seen this, has defined the quality of healthcare as the degree to which health services for individuals and populations increase the likelihood of desired health outcomes and are consistent with professional knowledge. The United States Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality somewhat more briefly describes it as doing the right thing at the right time for the right person and having the best possible result. And if you look at both these definitions, what you see is that they're both focusing on the processes of care, the things we're doing, and they also pay attention to the outcomes of care, which is what comes out of it. So this is a slide borrowed from Ronit Calderon. Here, the quote is given as in healthcare, as in other areas, that which cannot be measured is difficult to improve. There are other ways of putting this. It's not that some people say that if you can't measure it, it doesn't matter. And that's actually not true. There are many things that are hard to measure that do matter very much. And actually, you can ruin things that you can't measure. If you don't allow people the proper time, for example, to sit, talk to their patient and ask what their patient wants, even if you can't measure that, you can certainly ruin it. But it is difficult to have a concerted program of improving something if you don't measure it over time and know how, and also to know how well you've done with your efforts to improve it. So the Institute of Medicine has said that there are 6 main aims for the healthcare system. Everyone's probably seen this a million times too, that we want healthcare to be effective. That is, that people are benefiting by receiving whatever services we're providing. That it should be safe, which is that we're not giving them problems they didn't already have. That it should be timely, like not offering to set somebody's broken bone in a year or something like that. That it should be patient-centered, that the care that's provided should match up fairly closely with what their values and what they would want to see. That it should be efficient, that is, we're not just wasting resources all over the place, but we're doing well with the resources we have and using them to the greatest possible impact, and that it should be equitable, which was discussed quite a bit before. So the model that I prefer to understand quality of healthcare is Donabedian's structure, process, outcomes model. In 1960, Donabedian wrote that quality in healthcare is like justice or like love. You can't hold it in your hand. It's too abstract a concept to be observed directly. So it's inferred by measuring the structure, process, and outcomes of care. And so the structure of care includes things like the facilities, the personnel, the systems that form the context within which care is delivered. And so structure measures would include things like nurse to patient ratios, whether there's a board certified critical care physician in the hospital 24 hours a day, how many CT scanners per 100 beds, whether there's a computerized physician order entry system, or whether the orders are written by hand. And is there a robotically assisted surgery machine? These are things that it's a structure that's there, but it doesn't say anything about how well it's used or whether anyone benefits from it. The process of care is a particular action performed for a particular patient at a particular time. And here I'm saying patient, but not everybody thinks of themselves as a patient. There's also people in the world, and they mostly think of themselves as people. But nevertheless, people providing health services and health promotion services try to promote their health. And so in a very healthcare context, you can think about things like door to balloon time for patients with a myocardial infarction. That's not an outcome, that's a process. It's a very important one. Or giving an aspirin or a beta blocker to those who are admitted for myocardial infarction, or in the way of prevention, doing an annual fecal occult blood test, which is a kind of colon cancer screening test. So usually when people refer to the quality of care and they're not more specific than that, this is what they mean. They usually mean process of care when they just refer to that and they don't qualify it. Outcomes of care include things like definitive outcomes, which intrinsically matter to the patient. This is things like mortality, amputation, strokes, but also things that are the definitive measures of the things they're measuring, like the cost of care or patient satisfaction. There's no more definitive measure of patient satisfaction than asking the patient about their satisfaction or their experience of care. So that is an outcome measure in its own right. Intermediate outcomes are things that do not intrinsically matter to the patient. And what I mean by that is that if you could somehow promise the patient that their uncontrolled blood pressure would have no impact on their life beside that, they might not care. And that's what I mean by a lack of intrinsically mattering. So that's usually it's control of chronic conditions, blood pressure control, glucose control, things like that. The reason we care about intermediate outcomes is because they've already been linked to definitive outcomes. We care about blood pressure control because if you improve it, then people have less kidney failure, less blindness, less strokes, and all that. So a quality indicator is a standardized evidence-based measure of healthcare quality that can be used with readily available hospital inpatient administrative data. This is their definition to measure and track clinical performance and outcomes. Here I'm talking about outpatient medicine, ambulatory care, and preventive care. This is somebody else's definition. But what's the same is that it's standardized data. It's that the measures should be evidence-based. That is, that they should have been investigated and linked to the things that we really care about, like the outcomes. And that the data should be readily available. Using only readily available data can lead to problems such as what's often called looking under the streetlight. There's a story about a drunk person in a park who's frantically searching under a light for his keys, and somebody comes along and says, well, did you drop your keys here? And he says, well, no, I didn't drop my keys here, but this is where the light is, so I'm looking here. And that's called looking under the streetlight. And so if you just stick to things that you have data for, that it can be called looking under the streetlight. Sometimes what you have to do is build a light somewhere else, which is to get more data. So some of the visitors here don't know so much about Israel's healthcare system. This is a very general outline, but in 1995, Israel passed the National Health Insurance Law with a goal of delivering care that was delivered with justice, equity, and solidarity, and with quality. And that's why we have quality measures. Israel has universal coverage for all citizens and permanent residents. There are 4 health plans, which are often in English called health maintenance organizations, because that's what they are. They're HMOs, and those are their names. There is a health basket of essential drugs, services, and technologies, which is updated every year. This is essentially a list of the things that Israel will pay for or will pay for without a special approval or exceptions process. And there is a health tax that pays for all this.
Pays for 50% of it.
Right. No, there are also user fees and co-payments and other things. But yes, but the system would not be doing what it's doing without that. So I'm here on behalf of the Quality Indicators in Community Healthcare Program. I'm a member of the steering committee, and it provides population-based information to ensure that that quality of care plays a role in decision making. So that's kind of the big goal of this program. It is, as I said, something that's done using available data, which can lead to the looking under the streetlight thing. But we look at what we can look at. We're always trying to expand it. What we do is we collect data that's voluntarily provided by all 4 health plans. And then there's this academic directorate, which in English, I think is better called the steering committee. And that's what I'm part of. And there are consensual decisions which the health plans themselves agree with, or else. And it has near complete coverage of the population. Basically everyone's in it, which is a big strength. There's also a program of inpatient quality measurement, which is separate and which is run directly by the Ministry of Health. The data source is the electronic medical records of the health plans, and they have quite a lot of data. They give the data to us, to the quality indicator program in the aggregate. So we can't dissect the data, and we can't play with, for example, cutoffs to see what would happen because it's given to us in that form. So there are limitations. You can't read everything on the slide, but these are the broad areas where there are measures: mental health, infectious diseases, diabetes. There's always a lot of measures for diabetes. Everyone loves to measure quality of care in diabetes. And I'm going to focus here on some of the measures that pertain particularly to elderly adults, although the diabetes measures would, for example, pertain predominantly to them also. So what are we doing that pertains particularly to older adults? The measures that I'll talk about today are unintentional weight loss. We actually don't know if it's intentional, but we assume that anyone who loses more than, I think it's 10% of their body weight after age 75, it's almost always unintentional. Vaccinations, particularly for pneumococcus and the flu, the use of benzodiazepines, including particular subsets of benzodiazepines, and also secondary prevention following hip fracture. The reason we look at secondary prevention, which actually is not all that many people, this is like people who've already broken their hip, and then they receive medication to prevent a second fracture. It's a small population. It's certainly a population where the impact on that population is particularly large because they're at such high risk of having another fracture. But also, like with what I said with the streetlight problem, it's not that difficult with the data we have to figure out who's had a hip fracture. Whereas knowing who has osteoporosis and would be eligible to receive primary prevention is actually a lot harder. So again, developing more data sources will enable the measures to have perhaps a broader impact. I'm having difficulty, thank you. So this is unintentional weight loss, and I think the star there is that it's less than 10% of body weight or more that's been lost. As I said, we can't peer into their heads to know whether it's unintentional, but we know that it almost 99% of the time it is. And it's stratified here by age. There was some Hebrew I couldn't get off the slide. Sachakol at the right means total, everyone altogether. And so you see that the lighter bars are for women. And so this unintentional weight loss is slightly more common amongst women at every age, although not by a tremendous amount. And you see it goes up as the people get older. And it's not inconsiderable. Almost 10% of people age 85 and older within the last 2 years have lost 10% of their body weight, presumably unintentionally. And this is something that, this is a bit of a big dot indicator itself, in that it's not clear exactly what to do about it, but it at least alerts us to a problem that we could focus on. When stratified by socioeconomic status, 4 is the people who are the wealthiest, and 1 is the people who are really quite poor, and 2 and 3 are in between. And you see see that among the wealthiest, it's somewhat less common. Whereas actually it seems to be the most common among people who are not the poorest, but a little less poor than that, which is interesting. A lot of the quality measures in our quality measure set are stratified by these socioeconomic status indicators, which is helpful. It comes out with the reports that we deliver every year. This is the proportion receiving vaccinations against pneumococcus and influenza. Pneumococcus is the dotted line, influenza is the solid line. You see there's some funny stuff going on in 2020, probably because of Corona, yeah. But actually the increased coverage for pneumococcus, which is only given every 5 or 10 years, depending when they come out with a new one, this is a real triumph for Israel, really. And to some extent for our measurement program, because by measuring this, we were able to improve it. So for whatever reason, whether because of our measures or because of the efforts of the Kupot Cholim, or probably all of those and others, yeah, the coverage and the percentage of people who are current with their pneumococcal vaccination has improved markedly since we began tracking it in 2005. Influenza vaccination has to be given every year, and so it's a little harder to have this wonderful, glorious victory, although that has improved also. So this is something that everyone can feel proud of. You see that the coverage is much better among the wealthier groups in Israel than the poorer groups, and this is a remaining area that we need to work on. And whoever talked about disparities before, this is one of Israel's many disparities. To move to benzodiazepines, I think everybody here knows that benzodiazepines are sometimes used for sleep, often used for anxiety, and that when given to older people, they can precipitate falls, confusion, and can really lead to a decrement in people's quality of life. And it's very difficult to get off of them. The bottom line is for long-acting benzodiazepines, which are strongly not recommended, especially for older people. In part because you end up usually on them like all the time. It becomes like part of a sauce that's like poured over all your life from then on. All benzodiazepines, the short-acting ones, there may be some situations where they're used properly in the short term, although they're also very addictive and lead to problems. So Israel, over the past 10 years, has made quite a bit of headway reducing the proportion of people who are on the long-acting benzodiazepines. So that's a bit of a triumph. Israel has made no headway with reducing the use of any benzodiazepines. So this is less of a triumph. I think the spike in 2020 is pretty easy to explain. I could have used a benzodiazepine myself that year, even though I didn't get them. So and then daily benzodiazepines, which is what we were looking at before, you see it actually goes up with age, which is really what you don't want to see. And it's by far higher among women, by quite a lot, like 150% as much as men, and reaching over 10% among the oldest women. This is clearly something that Israel needs to work on. And this is, I think, less of a big dot measure and more of something you can actually start intervening on. It's not a mystery what's going on here, and it's not that hard to imagine what you might start to do about it. So this is something I think that the Kupot could probably work on. Okay, moving on. This is Israel's position with regard to chronic benzodiazepine use and long-acting benzodiazepine use in the OECD. Israel is relatively poor performing with regard to any daily benzodiazepine use in the OECD, although you see Iceland and Ireland on the right are even quite a bit worse. But there's a lot of countries off to the left that are doing quite a bit better. Yeah, and is the UK on here? It must be somewhere. Anyway, I don't see them. And then the long-acting benzodiazepines, you see that Israel's doing quite a bit better, reflecting the progress that I showed before. Briefly getting to secondary prevention for osteoporosis, I explained before why we're focusing on this. There's really only about, I think, 1,000 or 2,000 people per year who are in this measure or something. It's really not that many. But Israel, well, the bright side, we're doing somewhat better. On the poor side, there remains about 2/3 of patients who are not being reached. And this is such, it should really be automatic that anyone who breaks their hip should be considered for this therapy. So achieving 30% is, we could do better, and hopefully we will. So that's the age stratification, and also by sex, you see that it's actually women have somewhat better rates of receiving secondary prevention than men. I think some people don't think of osteoporosis in men even after they've had a hip fracture, amazingly enough. It's just thought of as a female thing. And you see that, as with many things, people in higher socioeconomic status groups are more likely to receive secondary prevention. So one of the triumphs, as I said, is a large decrease over time in long-acting benzodiazepines and a massive improvement in coverage, especially with pneumococcal vaccines, and to a lesser extent with the flu vaccine. Other measures I showed here are not improving as markedly. Israel is quite high on overall daily benzodiazepine use by international standards. And I would say that there's a poor rate of secondary prevention for osteoporosis, especially among men. There's lots of things that we're not measuring. This is not a complete picture of the quality of healthcare. Even leaving aside the fact that healthcare is far from the only thing that matters with determining people's quality of life, even if you just look at what healthcare can contribute, this is a very limited spectrum of what healthcare can contribute. So it's on us, the quality measurement program, to try to add some more measures over the next 10 years to reflect at least a little more of the full spectrum of what healthcare can do. And that's it.
Great. Can I ask a couple of questions?
Well, I
Or are
think
you going
just
straight to
wanna go-
Stephen?
Yeah, and we will have an opportunity to discuss, but so please do remember your questions, write them down if
I'll
you're
try.
worried that you're going to forget. But I think that was really great, sort of a deep dive into really understanding what's going on in Israel. And I think the next person we have, who's Stephen Burke, will be able to give a little bit of the UK's what the UK's been doing in terms of good practice and what works well. So I'm going to be handing over to Stephen, who is joining us virtually, and I can see him there. He's CEO of two charitable foundations, Hallmark Care Homes Foundation, promoting aging well, and the Hemorrhage Goyle Foundation, tackling disadvantage in the UK and India. And he's also co-founder of United for All Ages, an intergenerational tank, bringing older and younger people together to create a Britain for all ages. Previously, Stephen was chief executive of two national care charities, and Stephen has held public leadership positions as councillor and leader of London Borough and on NHS boards in London and Norfolk. He has been a trustee and chair of 20 national and local charities and co-founded the campaign to end loneliness. Stephen, great to have you here today. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Aaron, and thanks to Adam for your presentation. And good morning, everyone. I think it's just about morning in Israel. Greetings from the UK. I'm delighted to be joining you today, and I hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to talk about something slightly different. The Hallmark Foundation is a charitable foundation which funds research and projects in the fields of aging well and improving care. And our focus is primarily on some of the social factors that affect aging well. So I'm not going to talk too much about healthcare or equalities in housing and income and environment, or some of the lifestyle issues and physical health. I'm going to talk much more about mental health issues and what it is that helps us to live not just longer lives, but healthier longer lives. And we firmly believe that we can tackle and improve mental health and reduce loneliness by promoting social interaction and meaningful relationships. And it's very much about how active lives and positive engagement with other people is probably the ultimate in terms of prevention, which you've obviously spoken about quite a lot today. I was also fascinated by your discussion earlier about the length of the work span in Israel, and I think there's some interesting lessons for other countries there. So that's the Hallmark Foundation, and I'm going to do a quick canter through 12 projects, a dozen projects that we are currently supporting, just to give you a flavour of some of the activities to promote ageing well in the UK. Kind of next slide, please. So I'm going to start with this slide, which might be a bit surprising, but it's taken from a site in Clapham in London, which is the first co-located care home and nursery in the UK, the first site where you have young children learning alongside older people being cared for in a care home. It's actually a Jewish care home run by Nightingale House, and the nursery is owned privately run by a Jewish company as well. It opened 6 years ago, and it's having big benefits for older people in terms of their physical and mental health, and big benefits for young children in terms of their learning and development. The reason I've chosen this picture is that often in this kind of situation, we focus on what's shown in the hoop here. So the older people and the children, and we look at the relationships between those two age groups, which are very important, and the benefits to those two age groups. But I also want to look at the people in the rest of this picture, and this is a celebration of the new co-located care home nursery. And you have in the picture, you have parents of the children, you have relatives of the older people in the care home, and you have staff from the care home and nursery, and you also have local people, local members of the local community. And I think the point here is that relationships are important to all of us, whatever our age. It's important to start young, but it's important to maintain those relationships throughout our lives and as we get older. Next slide, please. So we're very pleased at the Hallmark Foundation to be supporting a wide range of work, but particularly to be working with ILC-UK, and we have part funded the development of the Global Healthy Aging Index, which I'm not going to talk any more about because you've had a big discussion about that. I think what this morning has demonstrated is that the index, when it is launched and published, will generate a huge discussion, a huge conversation, hopefully across the world. And that is one of the aims. But the ultimate aim is to prompt and promote action by individual countries to use the index as a tool to generate much more action on aging, particularly around prevention. In the UK, we're also working with a charity called Hourglass, it used to be called Elder Action on Elder Abuse, and they are developing another index. This is a safer aging index, and it's looking at the 4 countries of the UK, England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, to look at where is it safest for older people and where is it best for older people to grow old, and which are the best places and countries. The first report has just been published on Northern Ireland, and the remainder on England, Wales and Scotland will be published in the coming months. They're worth looking at, certainly, in terms of another tool to promote better aging. We, the Hallmark Foundation, came out of Hallmark Care Homes, which helped set up the foundation, and we are looking at, with Open University, the importance of relationships within care settings. So in care homes, the importance of relationships for the older residents with other residents, with the staff working in the care home, all sorts of staff in the care home, and with other people in the local community as well. And looking at kind of different models of relational care, as it's called, and how those can be shared. We'll be publishing a report and guide to relational care at the House of Lords on the 17th of May. So that will be available online from that date. And one example of relational care, and we've already touched upon it in terms of the Apples and Honey Nightingale Care Home is intergenerational work, where you bring older and younger people together. And it's not just about co-located care homes and nurseries. It's very much about a whole range of activities. And we are in the UK seeing an increasing number of visits and relationships between nurseries and schools on the one hand, and care homes and older people's housing with care schemes on the other. And those activities can be anything from music and movement, singing and dancing, all the way through to learning about local history, for example. We are also funding the development of what should be probably the first play garden on a care home site at a new care home in Bath, which will be opening later this year. It's a play garden where older and younger people can mix and play. It's been designed by older and younger people based on their experiences. The care home where it's based is going to be right next door to a school, so there will be lots of young people on hand, but also the aim is to make the home more family friendly, to encourage young relatives of older residents to come and visit as well. And on that note, we are particularly keen as an organisation to start the whole awareness issues around ageing and ageing well as early as possible. So intergenerational work is a good way to promote that, starting early, but particularly we're doing a lot of work with schools and colleges to promote positive mindsets, which young people can then carry throughout their lives. And one of the things we've got coming up in March is a conference for young people who are still at school, to encourage them to think about all the work opportunities, the variety of roles and jobs in care, to encourage them to come and work in care, and to boost the workforce, which is the most important aspect of care in terms of the quality of care going forward. And we have a huge number of vacancies in the UK, which we need to encourage the next generation into the care sector. Next slide, please. But I just want to look at forward to some projects we have in the pipeline, just to give you a flavour of things that are to come. So we're working with Clarion Housing, which is the largest social housing provider in England, and working with them and with older people who are their residents to develop easy to use technology to improve communication between older people and their families, and local community, and between the housing association and older people. And I think it's going to be interesting to see what kind of software and hardware that older people really want. And that project is going live this year. We have been working with Sparko, and those of you in Israel will be very familiar with virtual retirement communities. Sparko is going through a big change this year. It's an Israeli based organization, but has been setting up virtual retirement communities across England in particular, and it's looking to change its model of delivery. It will have a new name as well, but in essence it's an interactive TV channel. It'll be going nationwide, and through that TV channel it brings older people together, it connects them with their local community, and promotes a whole range of activities that help people to age well. A quite different example is home share, and home share has been around for quite a long time. It's where an older person with spare bedrooms in their home can let those at nominal rent to younger people in return for companionship and support. And home share is growing quite rapidly now in the UK. There's quite a lot of funding behind it. The big issue, I mean, we have a housing crisis in the UK, we have a loneliness crisis in the UK. So home share helps tackle both of those. I think the big issue is a cultural one, where encouraging older people in particular to get involved with the concepts of letting a spare room or two in their home. But where it happens, it's very, very popular. And then three things which we have in the pipeline in particular. One, we're working with British Red Cross, obviously a massive national and international charity, and we're developing with them an app which will map connected communities. It will basically look at where a few local communities and to assess where older people are, how connected they are with local services, and then help meet the gaps between the services that are available and linking them up with older people in those communities. The second one is with Swansea University, where they are looking at what impact does it have on older people's health and well-being to live in age-diverse areas, i.e. areas where you have multi-generational groups of people living rather than what just one group, mainly older people or mainly young people. And does that have an impact on people's physical health, their mental health, and other aspects of their well-being? And then finally, there's a group of us within Hallmark who are looking at our care homes and looking at developing a model where care homes can become much more of a community hub, reaching out into the local community, where older people who are living independently in the local community can use the care home for various purposes, whether it's social, like going in and having a meal and using the dining facilities and using some of the other facilities at the care home. It may be the hairdresser, or it might be a cafe or a shop or so on. But also people's health could be monitored from the care home, either electronically or through visits to the care home. And there are all sorts of other ways in which care homes could reach out into the local community, become much more open institutions, and be good for the health of people living in the care home, but also much better for the health of older people in the wider community. So that's just some of the other things going on. There are also huge growth in apps that are now being developed to tackle issues around loneliness and isolation, help promote things like movement and music, and promote social interaction. I think a lot of them are being tried and tested at the moment. There are none that I would particularly draw attention to today. Next slide, please. And then if you want to find out any more about our work, obviously we have a website, hallmarkfoundation.org.uk. We published a report on how we see care developing over the next few years in the UK, and how we can create a Britain where everyone can age well. But I appreciate that's a very quick canter through. I was asked to be brief, and particularly joining you virtually, a very quick canter through some of the things that we're involved in and supporting. And I look forward to continuing the discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Really interesting. Lots of different things that you're currently working on. So hopefully we can explore those in a bit more greater detail later on in our discussion. I'm just conscious of the time, and I'm thinking perhaps maybe now it's good to have that break, that scheduled break that we had, and then we can go on to the next couple sessions, and we can probably have a longer discussion towards the end. Is that okay with everybody?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic. How long is the break, Carolyn?
So it is 15 minutes.
Okay.
So if everyone can come back for 12:30.
15 minutes.
As you see, we don't have enough room.
12:32. Let's say 12:32, and then.
And so we just caught up.
Yes, we did catch up.
That's great.
So.
Okay, say everyone, bon appetit. Please, have whatever you like.
Sorry.
I'm sharing. I'm sharing with the mouth.
I'm
Okay.
happy to do it for you. Okay, I just
Keep going.
need your briefing, that's all, because I don't have to.
Hold on. I'm running away from my responsibilities. You're doing such a good, Aaron, but you have the computers there.
I have all the answers.
You do. Okay.
All right, I think we're going to pick up again. So if everyone could grab your drink and make it to the table. Yeah, great to have you all back for the discussion. And we're moving on to another session, which is going to be looking at what we can learn from each other. And I think, to be fair, we've been doing it since the beginning of the session, but I think now we can take a little bit of a closer look as to into essentially what we can learn from each other, what's going well in each country, and how we can improve, and sharing, you know, best practice and those sorts of things. So I think, yeah, great to have this session included in the agenda, and also equally grateful to have Orit Shahar to join us today and say a few words. So Orit is the area head for health and functioning for older adults at JDC Israel ESHEL. And in their work, they integrate healthy aging approaches within the health system, hospitals, and HMOs in the country. They also work with the National Insurance Institute to promote an active and healthy approach for elderly receiving caregiver at home. So, over to you. That's all right.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so I think it's always the challenges to talk after lunch, but I'm sure we're all into it. And first, I want to say it was very interesting to hear all that was mentioned here today, and it makes me I have a lot of thoughts of how to really help governments to, I would say, bridge the gap of wanting to do prevention, of understanding it saves money in the long run and not affecting it in the end. And I think, Adam, what you didn't say, maybe because you're honest, is that your program actually don't only measure, but moves the systems. And because of your program, we saw a lot of change in the Israeli system, healthcare, also in the community, but also in the hospitals, in the equivalents that actually they in some way, the competition of who will get the best rate and how it made them move in a way that even the economical incentives didn't do it. So I think it's very good thing. And now I would say what I think in Israel we should improve in this kind of measure is that we should think of how we are measuring not only what we're doing in prevention, but for whom. And what do I mean? I think most of the money in the Israeli system is moving to the treatment of what we call elderly in complex illnesses problems, with a lot of comorbidity. And when we looked at the incentives also, we have what we call support system, most of the extra money also that is invested is also there in the aim of the health system to work and treat better in those complex elderly ill people. Now, I'm going to say something that is not very popular, and a lot of time when we say it, people say, what, you don't want to treat those people who has a lot of comorbidity and needs the treatment. But what we say is that when we're talking about prevention and we're talking about the government that wants to look ahead, how they are integrating and working with their money to be better prepared into what we call the aging population, they will have to decide also not only what kind of money they invest in prevention, but also how they're looking at people who are now functioning, who are now independent, what we call in the terminology, which is not always correct, but we call it frailty, okay, before they're becoming frail. Because when we look at the delta of prevention, when you look at those people, you will have the biggest delta. Okay, if you and you talked about Adam about the chronic diseases, but we know they're the big how much they are in charge of the a lot of the spending in the health system. So also working on those chronic diseases and their predisposition, like blood pressure and you know, not even the diabetes, but pre-diabetes, you know. And so one of the things that we're now looking at is how we work with the organization also in hospitals, but based more in the community, how to detect this population. How can we say who is frailty and what kind of service he needs to get from us? So he will be, as Gilad said, postpone the time he will be dependent. To make him live as much lives without functioning disabilities and without chronic disease. And even detecting those people who are preferred is not very simple. Okay, today in Israel, we don't have a functioning measurement. Okay, we know the ADL, we know the IADL. The only one that measures functioning in Israel is the National Insurance Institute, which is not very accurate. And in that way, we now have a work with one of the HMOs and we actually took a UK frailty index. It's called the EFI, Electronic Frail Index. And we tried to interpret it into the systems of this HMO. And now we have a picture. We can say from all the people who are treated in this HMO, this is the amount of pre-frailty, first of all, healthy, pre-frailty, frailty, and people who have illnesses. So I think this is the first stage in Israel that we need to move through, is to look at this population. And why did I say it's not popular? Because always people say, well, of course, you don't want to take some resources from the people who really need it, who are with a lot of illnesses. No, but we think that if you want to be most prepared and want to look forward, you will have to look to the right and try to invest in this population. So this is one. So what I asked you before, Aaron, about measuring what the percentages of countries having prevention, I think this is a way to start a discussion of what does it mean, prevention, who are you giving the money for, in what ways, and what is the role of the health system and what is the roles of the NGO and the community and the services around. I think what's also unique in Israel is the role of the family. In Israel, we see it, especially in hospitals, but also in the community. The family is a very unique and very strong resource. Yeah, and when it's not there, you can also feel it. Okay, because a lot of the system is relying and using. It's usually that you have a family with you, and when it's not, it's a very, very, I would say, risk factor even. Another trend that we see, and we're thinking of ways to make the family more effective by training, by giving them a role while you're in hospital, all kinds of things to help them do their role, and also to reduce stress and other illnesses that we know they are related. We all know the trend, I don't know if in UK it will be interesting, of taking responsibilities or taking roles from the doctors, lowering them to nurses, and from nurses to caregivers. You know, because one of the things to understand is the challenge of the aging population, and we can't add as much doctors and nurses that we will add. We'll have to have more, I would say, people that will help us treat, and of course, all the healthcare, you know, I'm talking about physiotherapists and
Paramedic.
Thank you, paramedical. So one of the things that I think we're working in JDC and is special to Israel, and we now found one of our that does it actually in Spain, but it's interesting if in the UK you also do it, is to take the caregivers and give them a professional that will be aimed to healthy lifestyle and to active lifestyle and meaningful lifestyle. And when I'm putting it in the most, specific way, we're talking about caregivers that could do physical activities, preventing falls, going outside of the house, having a meaningful conversation, and making the elderly as autonomical as he can, as functioning as he can. And this is a trend that we saw some report in the OECD, and we met with one of the researchers in Spain not long ago that also does this kind of achievement. And we're now launching a national program in Israel with the National Insurance Institute, which I think in the long run, because of Israel, the rate of institution in Israel is very, very low. It's about 2 or 3%. Most of the people live in the community, and about a quarter of them have a help in home, home care. So I think this force has to be used very much effectively, and this is also something that we're working. I think there's also a very significant gap in Israel. There's a lot of data. Okay, most of it is in the HMOs in the community, but not all of it is access to Israel. And we're also working in that phase because what Gilad represented, if you saw, it's only from pools and from other places, and it's not what we call administrative data that is collected, in a very, very. And I think this is the gap that the policy should have been addressed a long time ago. And every time I raise that, people say, and even these days, there is Chok HaSderim, there is now a budget in Israel that's going to be a law. A lot of the new regulation is supposed to be, based on data, but it's not in Israel. And it's a very, I would say, dissonance from a country who is very technologically, and we have all the data, but it's not accessible to the citizens and not accessible to the policymakers in the Ministry of Health. I'll just finish with the one thing that I think that we do have a lot of good things that we can work with in that term. What you represented, the quality indicators, is one way to affect it. The other way, which I think we didn't talk about there, but our economical incentives that must be integrated into the system so we can have prevention and we can have it in a large scale. And I think also if we talked about the indicator, which is the data source and the power of the data and the competition, this is the incentives, is the economical incentive, but they're also something that we didn't talk about it a lot today, but it's the power of the people. And we see it in areas such as health literacy, and in areas such as the ability of the people to know their rights, to ask for their rights. And in Israel, we have demand their rights, and we have also a gap in that field. And we saw it. We see it in the elderly in a lot of areas. For instance, for the rates of rehabilitation. There are only 7,000 people after hip fracture in Israel, but we saw how many of them received the rehabilitation in community. It was only 23%. And stroke, we have only 14,000 people in a year, but only 45% received the rehabilitation. And this is what I say, and mismatching the potential of rehabilitation and the potential of as a state to help them live longer, live healthier, and there's something in our state of mind. And just also last point to finish. In the last summer in August, I went to a trip in Greece, a very long trip, and when I came back, I said, wow. This is a country that is really hard to implement digital literacy, for instance, because there isn't any Wi-Fi anywhere, and there are a lot of small villages. And probably it's very hard to bring all the services to elderly people who are living in the mountains and, a lot of snow. us in Israel, what is our excuse for that we have such a peripheral gaps in here? We shouldn't have any peripheral gaps because we're a very small country. The distance from one way to another shouldn't be more than
Even with Clarkfield's rule, it's not long.
even that. And I was thinking of how lucky we are that we're not really that far away, but we have a lot of multicultural differences here. And what you said about the Israel and the Arabs, we now see it in a small project that we're starting in Taipei.
Arab town.
Yeah, in Arab town, which the differences are in life expectancy, in the chronic disease. It's very, very hard to see it, even if in the because of diabetes, things that, you know, for my opinion, we shouldn't see in this kind of rates in our years. So we are very cultural, I would say, very diverse country. But I'm an optimistic, so I think we're on the right way. And I want to thank you. It was very interesting to hear all the thoughts, and I have a lot of others to the presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. I'm sure we'll pick up on a lot of the things that you mentioned in the discussion shortly. But before we get onto that, I want to invite Lily Farsi, who is currently ILC-UK's head of projects. She'll be talking a little bit about the UK's response to healthy aging and essentially what we can learn from each other. So, Lily, over to you.
Steal the mouse.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That was really, really interesting, and probably going to answer those questions later. So I have some slides, but I will try and be fairly quick because I think
Okay.
lots to discuss. So we're looking at the UK. This is just quickly bringing up from Aaron again on the index. Obviously, Israel wins. No, but just to sort of see where it stands. So if we look a little bit more at the UK. So, you know, we're aging, but actually healthy life expectancy is also going down in the UK. There's a few graphs here, and actually
Going down.
Yes. So not only is it not increasing, but it's actually going down. When we have deepening health inequality, so there's about a 19-year gap in healthy life expectancy between sort of richer and poorer areas. We know that lots of people are forced out of work early because of this, and both in terms of their own health, but also having to care for others if they're in poorer health. For the general sort of context, because obviously health and social care do really fit together very significantly. I mean, we've got a significantly underfunded social care system in the UK. There's all sorts of projections of where we are in terms of the funding gap. But the reality is actually loads of this doesn't sit within the formal social care sector, but loads of the responsibility is on individuals, carers, family, friends, and so on. So in terms of context, I guess, UK aging faster than Israel already and will continue to, but definitely not particularly healthily. And so there's a big challenge there in terms of particular inequalities. Coming up with the pandemic, a few additional things. I mean, I know you mentioned in the sort of Israel context, the workforce issues in the UK, they're really strong as well here in this little graph. You can see, you can just see how much it's risen since the start of the pandemic as well. So at the moment, about 1 in 10 jobs across the NHS. These are vacancies here, yeah.
Nursing homes.
And across all professions really, so we have about 1 in 10 jobs that aren't filled, and lots of people have left the workforce as well for, you know, sort of burnout reasons and all sorts of things. So yeah, a big challenge, and at the same time services sort of lagging, so we've got slightly ridiculous waiting times at the moment. Yes, all sorts of things, and here for even more sort of routine treatments where prevention will sort of come up in lots of these actually, you know, spotting things early. So more than 1 in 10 people are currently on the waiting list for some sort of treatment. So that for context, and, you know, additional pressures just sort of coming out of the pandemic in terms of spending as well. But it's not all bad. Oh, sorry, and we've got nurses striking at the moment for the first time in history, actually. So there's a real feeling of, I guess, a sort of crisis point and a need for action. I guess we would argue that healthy aging and prevention, as Rick mentioned, is kind of, yeah, hopefully helping sort of future crises to come. So healthy aging has had some policy attention. So there's a few different kind of strategies and stuff. Sorry about that. That have come up over the last few years from the government. So there was a healthy aging grand challenge. As you heard by the WAS, that's no longer a thing. Alongside that, a target to increase healthy life expectancy by 5 years for all as well. So not just targeting the highest by 2035, although COVID sort of came in between that. And I guess understandably, sort of resources have had to be diverted a little bit. In terms of dementia, the government has been investing a lot of money in terms of R&D. There is a levelling up fund, so which is trying to, I guess, address inequalities across the UK and the particular bit around levelling up health, but across all of these, quite a lot of sort of limited follow through. So, for example, the levelling up grants, I think, have been projected because lots of them are coming in the future, that even just with inflation, about 10% of that value will be lost by the time they're delivered. And actually loads of local governments are facing just trouble even paying for anything in terms of normal service delivery. So I wanted to focus on a few different bits of potential opportunities and good practice from the UK that might be useful to kind of pick up from the discussion. Here's a little preview. So first of all, of course, vaccination, I have to say, really impressive to see the uptake actually of pneumococcal vaccination here in Israel. Overall, the UK does do pretty well in terms of vaccinating people against things like flu, pneumococcal, and shingles and so on. So we tend to be at the top of these sorts of graphs that are here. And actually, particularly since COVID, we're one of the few countries that kind of reaches the WHO targets of uptake. And a few bits, I guess, that feel like they've driven this. One is really quite good, accurate, and real-time data. So actually, anyone at the Department of Health could have access, even down to the GP level, of how many people a certain doctor has vaccinated and can sort of intervene straight away. We involve lots of different professionals. So from sort of pharmacists who can vaccinate to nurses and so on. And I think there's been quite a lot of effort, particularly, for example, during COVID, to really target messaging to different communities. And I guess what really helps with that is the data and understanding who isn't getting vaccinated. So what those messages need to be and how we design them. So, you know, be it from doing mass vaccination in football stadiums because people always wanted to go on the pitch to anything else. Next, and I've touched on this a little bit, is comparatively a fairly expanded role of pharmacists and nurses, including this sort of making every contact count campaign, sorry, which essentially says that particularly pharmacists and nurses who will see people a lot more often and for much longer periods of time. But yes, well, there are things like, you know, giving people rights to vaccinate or actually prescribe. Much more of it is really about tracking, you know, sort of spotting something early, having a conversation, going through any sort of concerns that people might have, and that actually at any point when you're interacting with a person, that can be a good opportunity to sort of recommend something. Integrated care systems that we've started in the UK. So the idea was we moved from CCG, so clinical commissioning groups that worked in different areas of the country, to these integrated care systems. So the idea is very much that the person is at the centre and everyone that they have contact with in terms of their sort of healthcare environment comes together around them. So that's both in terms of the formal healthcare system, so your GP and any other points of contact from hospitals to nurses and so on, as well as then the wider community. And so there were some initial pilots that kind of started this whole thing off that seemed to see sort of quite good results, understandably. But again, for context, it's quite hard to tell at the moment if it's worked too well yet, because They've really only been rolled out in the last couple of years in the middle of a COVID pandemic, where already loads of things have been reorganized. So I think we're probably going to see sort of traction over the next few years really on this. Social prescribing, just to mention that does come up quite often, and the picture on the right is from my my ex-boyfriend who used to be a doctor, and he was on an intensive care unit, and there was a person, quite horrifically I should say, was actually entirely open because none of his digestion worked anymore, so had to live with seeing his body open in front of him. Anyway, he really loved and missed his dog. And this was just about the time when social prescribing became sort of legal in the UK, so that you can, as a doctor, as a nurse, prescribe anything really that isn't clinical. So that could be a dance class, it could be some extra learning, it can be you know, things that can combat loneliness. In this case it was a dog. So as it had just been announced that social prescribing was a thing, that the social prescribers got very excited as well, and this dog was very popular and actually did all the rounds on the ward. But I think definitely an opportunity. I mean, we've seen take up again a little bit stalled by the pandemic. There's been a few different studies looking at efficacy, and they seem to reduce sort of consultations, A&E attendances. But again, it's sort of not been fully evaluated, but I definitely liked the prescribed dog. An example sort of outside of the healthcare system that has happened in other places as well, but is this idea of a sort of midlife MOT, so that actually the employer takes a role, in this case sort of in your 50s or 60s, where you kind of take stock ahead of, you know, a sort of retirement, to think about how you want to plan your work and how you would like to structure that, how you want to manage money in terms of things like retirement, and importantly this kind of well-being piece. So that's both about health or you know, your caring responsibilities and how you manage that around work, as well as you know, starting to think about things like phased retirement or getting involved in the community, volunteering and that kind of thing. So it's been trialled by a few companies in the UK. We did a little review of one that Aviva did, and it seemed to kind of help boost confidence and sort of reassurance, but also clearly the kind of longer term health impacts of potentially staying on for longer in the workforce. This just as a little example as well is sugar tax. I think I should caveat it by saying
this is an embarrassing topic in Israel.
Okay.
That's went back.
They just cancelled ours.
Yeah. So in the UK only on soft drinks, I should say, as opposed to sort of broader. So the idea was that companies get taxed on, well, or that there's a tax on sugary drinks, and that could encourage companies to reduce sugar content, that the money that's gathered is kind of used in terms of children's health and welfare projects. And there's some evidence out there that has promoted health, surprisingly mainly in girls as opposed to boys, so not quite sure around the evidence there, but it has directly led to certain drinks companies just reducing sugar content to fit into that first kind of tax category of 8p per litre as opposed to 24p. So I think some potential for really interesting things, and I guess you know, as the title of this slide says, a question around the sort of carrot and stick of actually whether sometimes forcing companies to do something for an economic argument can actually just, you know, get some really quick sort of behavior change. So yeah, keen to hear why it got cancelled here. Was it very unpopular? Or...
Not at all.
It has to do with the government.
Of course,
Johnson's, we have ours.
Yeah. And the other side of it is, of course, the threat of tax has a significant impact. So actually, one of the reasons we've seen a big drop in sugar in cereals in the UK, breakfast cereals, is because the industry was terrified they would be taxed. So actually you've seen fairly dramatic falls in breakfast cereals and the amount of sugar. And there is an argument that they believe in social responsibility. I don't know if you believe it, but that's what they say. That's what they say.
I have to say another.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't actually like the term magic ingredients, but I guess from those few small examples, I guess some of the things that seem to work are the sort of good data underpins good health. As in, if you know what's happening and who's taking certain things up and who isn't, that's where you can start targeting interventions. I guess the message around bringing in all healthcare professionals, particularly in the UK at the moment, I mean, where services is really struggling, if there's anything that can be sort of further sort of pulled out, connecting up the separate parts of the healthcare system. So I think similarly in the UK there is fragmentation definitely, and you know, while there's good data on some things, lots of things aren't interoperable. So I think that these sort of integrated care systems are really a start, and hopefully, you know, work and actually make sure that all that data is shared across it and so on. Making health fun and personal. And really focusing on who it's for, and actually, yeah, looking outside as well. So involving employers, looking to regulation when actually, you know, businesses and companies, you know, have such a big role in terms of our health, in terms of the products we consume, to how we travel around the world and so on. So that's it really. Thanks everyone.
So I think I'm going to hand over to Mark and David now, who will be chairing the discussion. We have quite a bit of time, so hopefully we can ask all of our questions. Just a quick reminder that Stephen is obviously joining us virtually, so if you have any questions to him, I'm sure he'll be able to answer them. But yeah, look forward to the discussion. Over to David and Mark.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So thanks so much to everybody. This day has been even better than I imagined. I really have enjoyed it. I really think that the interaction has been terrific so far. My two favorite countries, Israel and the UK, are together in the same room. So I say the same thing when I meet with Canadians. Well, but they are Canada, UK. Canada and the UK are very similar, actually, in this domain, but our ability to talk to each other. So what I would like to do to start things off, I'd like to have two reactions before we open it up to everybody. And one from the head of the Israel Gerontological Association, Professor Yitzhak Rick, who has been in this business for probably longer than anybody else in this room and knows a lot, and both internationally and nationally. So I thought I'd ask Yitzhak for his thoughts, and then I'll turn the podium over to Vered Kharmoush, who's the head of the Israel Geriatric Society, which represents the doctors in this business. Now, you know, we've kept the doctors kind of low key in this business, and I think that's appropriate. But we do have a role. So I do want to give Vered a chance to give a sense of what the geriatricians think and what this means to the world of geriatric medicine, because they are the ones that have to fight the fights in the acute hospitals and do the rehab, etc. So we'll start with this, and then after those two people speak, we'll open it up for everybody. Are we okay with that? Yeah. Super. Professor Brick, triple play.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting. I really appreciate it. I strongly believe in the connection between Israel and UK. And I will start with a personal note. It was in the late 70s. When I headed the Ministry of Social Welfare, I took a mission to England to learn about the local social services system, which led actually to a dramatic change in the developing of social services on the local area in Israel, from welfare agencies to service-based agencies. The second experience I had with regard to the connections between Israel and the UK was when I became the CEO of ESHEL. One of the major programs we started to develop was the daycare centers for the elderly. And what we did was the first thing we did, we went to England to observe the daycare center systems in England. And of course, we learned a lot about how to develop daycare centers. So that was one of my major experiences in the relationship between the UK and Israel in the area of social welfare in general. And I appreciate it now. Now, two comments. One is more specific to the index, and the other one is more a macro one. With regard to the index, I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment, but one of the major issues that the elderly people face is the whole issue of ageism, and the other challenge is the whole issue of rights. And when I looked at the 6 elements of your index, I wondered where do you take into consideration with regard to prevention and with regard to other areas as well? What do you take into consideration because rights and ageism actually have a serious, very serious impact on the quality of life of the elderly. So that's one comment with regard to the index, and I don't know if you took it into consideration or thinking about it or whatever. The other point I want to make is actually, why do we need an index? A local index, a global index, why do we need it? I believe that we need it because we want to have some kind of an impact on health policy, which will affect the quality of life of the elderly, right? So the question is, when you develop an index and you look at the programs and policies on one hand, and you use the index in order to look into the changes. One of the major problem is how do you make the connection between the programs and the policy and what you measure by the index. And I'm not sure if when we develop an index, whether it's in a country or in an agency or globally, when we develop the index, usually when you work on a strategy, we all know that you go from input to outcome and then measure. Okay, so it has to be kind of an integrated system in which the measuring it by the different kind of an index to the actual programs and policies. And I don't know where do you take this whole issue, which is a major difficulty actually. How do you take this whole question into consideration when you put such an amazing effort in developing such kind of index?
Do you want to respond?
So no, Aaron, do you want to come back or on
I
that?
would just say a couple of things. I mean, the point you raised about ageism, I think, really important, and we've actually done quite a bit of work on ageism and health and the impact it has, especially on things like prevention and detection and treatment of health conditions. I think that could be a really great or interesting metric to look at as part of our secondary indicators to see the extent to which ageism prevents countries from performing better on the index. So I think that could be quite an interesting way to look at it. And I think, I think there isn't really a limit in terms of what we could look at. We could even look at policies relating to pensions if we wanted to, and compare that against the index. But I think, your point about ageism is really important when it comes to healthcare. And if I can find the right data for that, I would be interested in looking at some sort of comparison. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I wonder if one way you can tie them together is that, actually, if we can start to say, well, country X has banned age discrimination in healthcare, and 5 years on, they've shot up. We're only going to be able to show a correlation, but it's a powerful correlation that if all of a sudden there's no arbitrary age limits to access, certain treatments, and we've had that in the UK for a long time, there is some power there to, for policymakers. Of course, it's always going to be about, particularly in terms of our big picture compared to yours, it's going to be fairly correlation rather than causation. Okay. It's useful. We'd be interested to see the impact of the sugar tax. Will the sugar tax issue have any impact on where people are over? One of the challenges, of course, with aging and healthy aging is we're in it for the long game. It's a long-term changes. So, for example, we did some work on smoking this year and showed that there would be significant benefit, of course, of banning smoking tomorrow. However, the problem is that most of the smoking most of the harm for older people has already been done. So actually the benefits in terms of life expectancy and healthy life expectancy is not going to be hugely significant, as significant as you would like, because actually people have had 40 years of smoking. But no, so it's really important to do it. But and I think we just need to think about sort of that in terms of that actually some of these things are going to take a lot, and we probably will need to take the New Zealand approach of, in effect, banning smoking for younger people and then gradually increasing it. But it's going to take a long time for the health benefit to come through.
Adam, do you want to respond to the second point about whether these madadim, these measures, can make it? Have you been able to show? I asked my wife, Gilu, have you said that? Declaration of interest. My declaration of interest is my wife works closely with Adam in this program, and I asked her in preparation for this meeting. I said, "Ora, tell me something. Have you shown that the Madadim showed any changes, in the spirit of what Yitzhak just asked?" And she gave me an answer, sort of parva answer, but maybe you can help or say we don't know.
There are so many things that go into these changes over time.
Right.
So nobody can isolate what came out. On the other hand, I think, for example, what I showed about just the decreasing use of long-term benzodiazepines, I don't think that the measure program can take complete credit for that. But what happens is that the Kupot are also measuring everything they have to send to us. They also look at them. Yeah, sorry, the 4-HMOs, they look at it themselves.
They do. They care. They fight.
We actually don't tell anyone I told you this, although it would be apparent to anyone anyway. We're not allowed to publish any comparisons of the 4-HMOs.
But
it's a condition of their participation.
But they know that.
Well, they know how they're doing.
Right.
They know how they're doing, and they know if they're getting better or worse.
Right.
And I think they're intensely interested in it for their own internal reasons, in part because their people will be healthier and probably cheaper if they do these things better. And so they have their own reasons to want to do. And so once they're forced to measure it, they do measure it, and they look at it. And so I think it's not a coincidence that the use of long-term benzodiazepines, the use of long-acting benzodiazepines is a third of what it was 15 years ago. I think it's because they tried to do that, and I hope they do that with the short-acting ones as well.
Surely you want to go? Sure. Surely. You have an answer, Barry?
No, I'm thinking about all the medications, not only the benzodiazepines. I think that the quality measures, well, as the doctors, we always see those quality measures as the focus that the hospitals and the HMOs, they want to see that the improvement only in the quality measures because they are checked and they see them only by the quality measures. But if the policymakers, which look for those quality index, they would see what is really interesting and what can improve the health. So this can really improve. But I was thinking about other measures, like all polypharmacy, how much medications are those patients are taking. Sometimes they have medications that contradict each other, and they take medications that along the way they have no indication why they're taking them, and they're suffering from side effects, and they're taking medications to calm the side effects of the medications that we're not supposed to take. Actually, as a geriatrician, we always think about the health of the people, about the quality of life. And then I thought about what you said about the measure of the happiness. And it's very important, but I want to see all the quality of the person. And then I'm thinking about his cognition, and also what I'm thinking about all the, when we have the comprehensive geriatric assessment, and then we see his cognition, his function, his wealth, his happiness, everything together. Of course, we want to put the people at home. And I think that most of them are really, as we said, in the community at home with the family. But some of them, they go to institutions, and sometimes to go to not an institution, but it's not the nursing home, to all the place.
Shelter housing and homes for the assisted living.
The assisted living sometimes is better for them because it's like a mini community for them. They like, I say like mini club, and sometimes it can improve the cognition, it can improve many things. If the old person stay only at home, and the only person that could be with him is a home care, the 24-hour home helper. So usually it's not the best option. And to go to this assisted living is a better one. So you have to see the person as a whole. You have to do a complete and a comprehensive assessment to see what would be the best option for him. I liked your social prescribing, and we like to sometimes add in the prescriptions that we give, not only for medications, but also we give prescriptions for physical exercises and all kind of cognitive stimulations. And I like the social also, it's good. And I wanted to say also about the vaccines. Actually, you talked about the pneumococcal vaccine, but there are many new pneumococcal vaccines that just entered. Well, for many years there is the Prevnar, now there's also a new one. And it is interesting to see what they were taking, which kind of vaccine for the pneumococcus. And they're also for the shingles or for the shingles also to see if they were taking, because it can affect their quality of life. And I wanted to ask also if you have any quality measures to see the cognition. It could be interesting, and also to see if there is, well, we talk about it a lot in Israel. I have to think,
No.
There is a
Power of attorney,
and I want to see.
enduring power of attorney, enduring.
Because we want that more people would have, and whether they are cognitive, they are in a good situation, and they will have they will decide before who can decide instead of them. And then when they come to the hospital in acute situations.
I'm going to hold off on this because this is part of your general presentation. I just want to finish with the but just remember where you were, because that's an important point. The I don't want you to forget. Hang on one second. I just want, because Shirley had something to say to you, and then we'll ask Vera for.
I want to remark on your remark about how.
We'll come back, Vera. Don't worry. No, sorry.
So a colleague of mine in Brooklyn did an evaluation study about the indicator of the health indicator.
Okay.
We know which indicator? Can we?
The national.
No, which indicator?
No, about the process.
Oh, the process. Okay.
Because you
Right.
the
Okay.
process. And what she found is what Boris said, that the doctors that are feeling the indicators and asking the weight of the
BMI
and doing and all of that, they indicate that it helps them to increase the competition.
Right.
And the health fund is pressing them to increase.
Their managers do come down on them.
Yeah.
Yes, their managers. Some of their managers come to say, "We didn't get good grades."
And Secondhand, it's put a lot of pressure on them and a lot of burden on
They
them.
complain about the burden.
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Yes, or Rita. and
I
then
think another thing, and correct me wrong, is that the mechanism is that the representative of the HMO sits in the committee that decides on. So it's a common decision that there are
Consensus.
consensus that are part of it. I know in the hospitals, it's not like that. So they have the.
It's more
Ministry of-
top down.
Yeah, Ministry of Health decide and tells the hospitals what to,
Right.
and I think it's a big difference. And
Well, it puts a premium on, if you are measuring something and the health plans can't figure out what it's useful for or how it's going to help them, or if they don't think it's going to be practical to measure, they tell you so. And, you know, it's a lot of measurement programs run into complaints that there are too many measures, so that the measures only proliferate and never are reduced. So right now there's actually an active conversation about which measures may not be serving a function anymore. For example, if a measure has maxed out at 95% and is just staying there, you know, what good is it doing? On the other hand, sometimes when you take it away, that you can get it to go away from 95%. So actually, this is so one of the things you can do is to continue to measure it in the background and then reintroduce it as something that you publish if it starts to slip.
I think this is a very interesting program. I know about it through my wife, and I think some of the things you've touched on I'd like to just tell our British colleagues about it. Number one, it's consensual. In other words, the four HMOs have to agree on every new measure that's in this basket of measures. If one of the HMOs is against it, it doesn't get in. So they have to. There is a debate and a discussion and a consensus gathered. The second thing, which we haven't said, but it's so interesting and so I think laudable, is that this is part of the 1995 health law. The 1995 health law determined that Itamar can tell us, X% of the money would go to the
0.1%.
0.1% of the monies gathered by the health law, which is a lot of money, goes to the National Institute of Health.
Yeah, National Council, the National Health Council, and they allocate the money for this.
Okay, so this is public money that's in law. It's anchored in the health law, and it means that they're not looking for their next budget. It's not that they have to worry. They don't have to collect money from anybody. It comes in. It's part of the health law. You'd have to change the health law to cancel it. And I think, and again, I'm prejudiced because I'm married into it. It's a wonderful program. They do fabulous work.
Just one point about it.
It's not wonderful.
Just what Adam presented was only few
Yes.
indicators.
We just want to give an example.
So it's about 70 or 80.
Yeah.
Right, there was that whole screen and then there was that clumsy circling around.
I asked him specifically to talk about a couple of older persons, just to give.
But there are others
There's lots,
which are
right?
also relevant for the.
Yeah, like diabetes.
There's some for kids. There's right.
Yeah. It's a national program for all ages. I asked them to speak about this the part of it that's relevant to older persons. But I want to anything else for Yitzhak, and I'll switch over to Darren on this. I'm not opening it up in general yet. Anything else for what Yitzhak said?
About ageism.
Okay, no, ageism, that's fine. You can respond.
Because I think it's so important. I mean, it relates to what I also said about the human rights, and I think I agree. But that is something that you can measure in all the services. I mean, Orit mentioned about the low percentage of people who get rehabilitation. That is pure age discrimination. Pure ageism. Or the services that other persons don't get, or the easy way that there is polypharmacy that don't think about it, or expecting the older person to reply immediately simply because they have a 10-minute appointment. There are things that directly relate to the fact of that there is a prejudice against other persons that it gets reflected in all the health across the board. I have other comments.
Okay, all right. So I'd like to call on Yitzhak's
yeah,
thing.
I just want to say something that you talked about the implementation of
ILC-Israel.
index and lowering it to the services level. And I think it's a very important thinking that we're not always thinking when you're talking about measurements. And I think that one of our conversation about the map of the indicator is that to think how the manager of a service within the community could look at these measurements and have his own map. for instance, if I run a local branch of one of the HMOs or a local branch of the daycare center, or doesn't matter any services, I could look at this map. I would say, okay, this is my main indicator. I don't deal with those two. And I think that the level that we're not there yet is to say what are the evidence-based practicals that I can use. And this would be, I think, something very important, because we have evidence-based practicals in a lot of fields, also in meaning, and they're not always implemented.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Lily from ILC-UK, sorry. Absolutely agree. And I think we were talking earlier over lunch briefly that, you know, for our index, obviously it's looking very, very, very top level. But actually, I think where it becomes really useful is where we can start comparing it to things that we know or think could work. And obviously, in terms of your question, it's of where this comes from. That, you know, we are doing the index after having looked at the case for prevention in an aging world, looking at what sort of things work. So the idea is very much that this is looking at the outcomes, so in terms of health, in terms of the economy, environment, and so on. And that becomes something that we can compare against things like, well, actually, are countries that, you know, in terms of outcomes perform fairly well, are they the ones that spend more on intervention X? Are they the ones that have higher doctors per capita? Those sorts of things. I think that's the real questions where, in terms of, you know, how can someone use this so that when we're putting it in front of a policymaker, they're not just saying, oh yeah, well, you know, my country lists here, but actually there's some tangible things where we can say, well, the country that's, you know, 10 spots up did this thing, and we've related, you know, we can say that's correlated to any one of those countries being higher up, is where it becomes really useful. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to turn to Barrett. I think it's, I don't want to, and I'll, Ben will have, we still have half an hour, so I invited Yitzhak from gerontology and Barrett from geriatrics. So now's the time, Bakasha. Now's the time. Whatever you want to say. Yeah. So please continue.
But what you said before doesn't count, actually.
So you've got double time.
So I have to say about the ageism. So one of the reasons that all people that are not getting the best treatment that they can have, if we can look at the biological chronological age, that patients now have surgery at or very, very old age, even at 100, they can have maybe hernia repair or
big surgery.
Yeah, of course, and bigger, of course. And actually, we can say that they're also very nice thing that there is a lot of collaborations between specialties in the medicine, but also in geriatrics. And we have with the surgeons and
tell them just a bit about the meeting last week. Just a little interesting.
So actually, we had a conference with the Israeli Geriatric Society. We had 2 conferences in the year, and just 10 days ago, we had in Emek. It was very nice.
Beautiful.
Very, very nice. And so we were talking about the new collaboration that we did. We have a new society, and the geriatrics, the surgical and the geriatric together. And what's nice is that patients that usually now above 85 years of old, they're having, before they go into the surgery, we are talking about ambulatory patients, and they're having a session with the geriatrics and nutrition. So, and then they can see whether it's the best time that the patient will go to surgery. And sometimes he has to fix the polypharmacy, maybe his nutritional state. And it seems that sometimes when you see for the first instance, when you see the patient, you say, wow, he is frail, he will not succeed in the surgery. And maybe not to
right. Some surgeries are not done.
But sometimes they call this rehabilitations. And what they do, well, they improve the nutrition, and they even improve the physical fitness. There's sometimes physiotherapists that are intended to, when they see the patients before the surgery. So, for instance, for a patient 90 years of old, they see tumor in his colon. And there's a question to do or not to do. Maybe there are a few methods, but still they can do the surgery. He's not in the best shape, but when they go to the geriatrician, so they take the medications, they take off unnecessary ones, goes to the physiotherapist, he goes to the nutrition, and then after, if he can wait for a month or two, he goes and does the surgery, and he gets out in a good situation. And maybe if he wasn't doing that, he won't be able to go to the surgery. If he would do the surgery, he won't get out in a good situation. And I have to say that we are doing another collaboration here, something in Aliado, but we do the collaboration with Vision, and we have a special unit for diabetic foot. And there again, the diabetic foot, and we're talking about the amputations, but what we do is, again, we do a collaboration, and the patients in our department, they see the orthopedic every day and the nutrition every day. And we take care of their medications, again, in the polypharmacy, but all their body. And sometimes with this, because you have to see that those patients are really sick and they have lots of other problems, not only they get a lot of the comorbidity, but they suffer from renal failure and sometimes from heart failure. And it's very difficult to make them and bring them to a good situation. But after, with all the limitations, still they get out better. So I think this is where we are.
Right. Okay, thank you. David, you want to take over?
No, I'm happy to sort of keep going.
I think Stephen wanted to say a couple comments around ageism. Stephen,
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
just given that we were talking about it. Stephen, would you like to come in?
Yeah, very quickly, thank you, Aaron. And rather than trying to go back to the previous subject, but I mean, ageism is rife in the UK, and I mean, it's weird in the sense that it's, as people say, it's discrimination against our future selves, but stereotyping, prejudice, and discrimination, unfortunately, are still perhaps the only culturally acceptable in the mainstream part of our country. I mean, we've tackled sexism and racism, etc., but ageism is still prolific. I blame the media partially for that, because the media does reinforce a lot of those concepts and ideas, unfortunately. I'd also look at business, for example. I mean, David mentioned earlier about older people increasingly having the majority of the consumer spend, but businesses have failed to respond in terms of the products and services that older people really want. That's just another example, as well as all the other examples in healthcare and so on. I do think the whole thing, though, is increasingly fueled by resentment from younger generations, because certainly in the UK, and I'm sure it applies elsewhere, younger people feel that they've been let down by older generations. They feel worse off than older generations. They feel resentful that issues like climate change have not been sufficiently tackled by older generations and so on. And so I think there's a lot we need to do to redress that. And which is why overall, taking all of what I've said into account, is why I think intergenerational work is so important, is that we have to reach young people as young an age as possible. You know, children under 10 aren't prejudiced. They accept people, older people, as they are. They aren't prejudiced, and we need to build on that early years, build on the education throughout schools and colleges and universities, and influence their parents that way as well. So that's where I would make a start.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you.
Who else wants to come in?
Yes, now
Anything at all?
open for the whole day.
Go on.
Well, I have a few comments which are written along the day, so I want to some of them do relate to what you have discussed. For example, if we're talking about ageism and the issue of vaccination. So in Israel, the vaccine basket is updated with the general health basket, which means that
Every year.
which there is an update, and for many years we did not succeed in the ministry to include the shingles vaccine. Part could be related part of it to ageism because the children vaccination is going relatively well, and part is because, as I mentioned, with many people say, of course, that we have to invest in prevention, but it's not always translated to budgets and to other resources.
What's the name of the vaccine?
Shingrix.
It's just-
It's disaster.
It's her, I guess,
Shingrix. It's a new, there was one already. This is a new one. It's not cheap.
Zostrix is one.
Zostrix is good.
Zostrix is the biggest now.
Shingrix. Is it in the cell now? It's last
It's
week.
much more effective.
It was?
Yes, yes, you can go get it.
Can-
Now, go tomorrow, but it makes you sick for a few days, so you're ready to be sick.
No, it's not so much they have to
It's in the basket.
It's bit than the quality indicators.
Right.
And here I want to relate also a bit about incentives, which are not only the quality indicators. We have also sometimes used in the ministry incentives for the HMO to do, for example, for the flu vaccines, they also get incentives. If they have their own target, if they don't get to the target, they don't get the money from the ministry. So it's also ways to support them.
No, measurement is a good solution, but not.
Nothing is compared to money. That's right. And this is why, for example, you mentioned the high rates of flu vaccine. Maybe this is related to the also to the economical incentives. I wanted to say about one issue, another project, which also actually we in Israel we took from the UK. I think that we invited the issue of social bonds, which was also used for the issue of diabetes. Social bonds is taking private money and investing money to support the government, and then if the government, if they succeed, some money go back to some of the money go back. So
If they don't succeed, they forfeit their money. They don't get their
if they don't succeed, they don't. So they did this for diabetes, for pre-diabetic patients, and if then the outcome measurement was to see how many of them developed diabetes later, and so this could also be used in different models.
That was successful.
It is. I think it is ongoing.
They didn't measure it.
Still, they must.
They have to measure it, which you guys can help them.
Another issue which is also now developing very much in Israel is the issue of home care. During the COVID, we did a lot of also training of this home care. But unfortunately, currently it is mostly to looking into what's to do with acute cases or with people at the end of their life and the hospice and things like that. And we do believe that there is a lot of room for home care, for how to develop and better prepare the home care and for the elderly population to see to better control
Hypertension, diabetes,
etc.
usual suspects.
And even that thing, I liked also the idea of the I think it was Hallmark about the Hallmark who mentioned that they use this kind of home care as a hub also for interaction.
Right.
During the everyday community. And one last thing is the issue of the integration between services. Something which is, I don't know if it's better. I know it is why you mentioned that it's very fragmented. And I don't know, maybe and I think in the UK, we have a minister for the elderly. I don't know if it's better, this is more of a question, if it's better for the integration of the services, because of the fragmentation, a lot of people fall between the chairs, and this is very complicated because it's many stakeholders, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Welfare, National
Seven ministries are dealing with that.
That's right, and for example, there were some ideas to make some kind of interventions unsuccessfully. I know that maybe previously one of the previous governments, I don't know how many governments changed, but one of them wanted to promote the issue of putting more money in the home care from the national. I mean,
right from the national service,
from the national service, maybe
national social security.
not include only hospitalization, but also for home care. But I don't know where it's standing now.
Yeah, Yopi, thank you. Other comments?
May I?
Yes, please.
This is Sylvia. Look, I'm notorious for being sometimes the devil's advocate from bringing caution of things that we assume.
We just want to invite you again, that's all.
I like thinking outside the box, and I think that we don't do that enough. We generally talk of what we know. So that's why we get into conversations of it's better to be in assisted living than being alone at home. When there may be many more options than being alone at home. The problem is that there are not enough services in the community, or there is ageism in the community, and one stays alone at home. So it's not between assisted living and being alone, it's how we develop services in order to enable somebody to live independently in the community, or to move away from really to only focusing on the acute issues or home care for the acute, but to how to promote the prevention or the integrated care or the I don't know if you know the ICOPE, which is the WHO integrated care for older persons, which is a way of screening, and it talks about cognition, mobility, and social issues. So it's closer to the comprehensive geriatric, but not just, because the idea is to maintain the functional ability rather than to think about healthcare that we always come back to it because it's easier to measure, and that we forget about the other things that make us healthier. And I wish we didn't need social prescribing, because then again, it means that we are medicalizing aging, and everything becomes what the doctor says we should do, rather than to enjoy. I want to go and run, I want to go to the theater, I want to, because I have a right to leisure, I have a right to have fun with the family, and not because the doctor is prescribing it to do. And we have to be very careful with that medicalization of aging. I'm not saying that is bad, and just raising these issues that come up. And I learned a lot from the disability movement, and I was telling you as well, the disability movement is against the issues of attorney, power of attorney. They talk about the support to teach people about support decision making rather than taking away the decision from somebody. In the same way, it's not, don't medicalize the disability where destroy the barriers that prevent somebody from having access or being a person. Don't look at the disability, look at the person. All of these things that we fall in those traps. And I think that we should constantly question ourselves. That was my.
I will offer a counterpoint to that, which is that I used to work as a doctor. And, people have given this power to doctors for like thousands of years, well before doctors had anything of any value to offer, other than an ability to listen, right? It's only been about 100 years that doctors have had anything in the bag that can actually help you, besides leeches. So but actually, if you think about it, she was mentioning polypharmacy. You mentioned polypharmacy, I think. And so the question is, people really listen to doctors. And so if a doctor tells you to walk 3 kilometers a day, it's really much better than them adding your 9th medication. And actually,
I wish we didn't need to.
no, and I remember when I was a resident, they told us that every time we see somebody who smokes, you have a responsibility to tell them that, it's your medical opinion that they would be healthier if they stop smoking. And apparently that has a 1% success rate, which doesn't sound like a lot, but considering how little effort it takes, it's really great. And so imagine if you wrote a prescription for that, it might actually have a 2% success rate. And then if you write a prescription for a nicotine patch, it has like a 10% success rate, right? So the question is actually doctors have a lot of power, often for the good, but what are they using it for, right? So I think actually having a doctor telling you to pet a dog or adopt a nursery school student or walk 3 kilometers every single day, that's a pretty good use of a doctor's power, and honestly very health promoting.
To follow up.
I want to say something about integration because I think it has a very negative impact on the life of the elderly in general.
Lack of integration.
No one. The question is, can you have introduce into the index a global picture about different countries who have a more or less integrated care? Because as far as we know, there are differences. Canada, for example, has a better system of integration, and Israel has a terrible situation of fragmentation in the services for the elderly. So there is a way I think to measure, or to at least to make a comparison globally between countries who are taking more kind of measures against fragmentation.
Yeah. Shirley, you want to respond to that?
What is the success measure? Because although Israel is very bad in integration, it has very good outcome in health stuff. For example, this is one.
But the measure is the same question about other elements.
Yeah. But I think it will be. I'm not sure what is the measure to. What are the outcome measure to?
That's your job to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think the suggestion to think about this as a madad, as a measure.
No, that was a defensive comment.
No, she said it's hard.
It's like I know by heart. It's very hard.
It is hard.
And the second part is that we know that to indicate services and to take power from different organizations, it's not working. Okay, it's not. Every time that people try to combine services together, it fails.
Although, surely recently, Bitur Leumi, the Social Security, went to the HMOs and said, "We'd like to give you 2 billion or something shekels and stop giving care at home." No,
It wasn't the national insurance, it was the treasury.
Okay, but
Yeah, and now fair enough. See what happens.
So there is an effort. There is an effort to take money, but Shirley's right. It's not easy to do. Yeah.
It's not integration. Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
The Stessman tried to do it like 15 years ago.
Yeah, right. It's hard.
But and then they going to a solution of case manager. Okay, so to help the person that have health and social problem to manage the care. And I think, and one of the problems with this case manager program is that it's going to the most needed person. Okay, and to help
the heaviest cases.
The heaviest cases. Yeah. And to help the heaviest cases is very, 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 very.
They should have started lower down the.
It's expensive and it's very difficult to show results and very helpful to help. because a lot of these people have many low level of trust in the system, because they lived like for 80 years with no trust in the system, and now they're trying to help them.
Trust, yeah, the two most poisonous words in the world.
Yeah.
But I think Itzhak makes a good point that
Yeah.
that we all agree, everybody who looks after, who's involved in care of the elderly, whatever country you look at, lack of integration is a problem, more or less depending on where you are. Itzhak's point, if I understand correctly, is there are efforts to increase integration and to decrease lack of integration. And these happen. We see we're always talking about them, we're always doing it, we're piloting, we're doing this, we're doing that. The question of Itzhak is, wouldn't a measure, wouldn't an appropriate measure of care of the elderly be, if we could figure out how to do it, attempts to integrate services, serious attempts to integrate services? Isn't that your point, that would be a brownie point that they would get?
Very specifically, because I think that's I mean, just for one thing, I think our index is looking more at sort of healthy aging across rather than just care for older people. But absolutely agree on the integration bit. And actually, this is one of the sort of secondary indicators that we were looking at of actually, it's probably a lot harder to measure. You have to kind of do, look at different policies in each country, but actually then saying, okay, well, if we do find some sort of metric that can quantify how well integrated one system is compared to another, that's exactly this type of thing that we'd want to compare to the.
I'll give an example. Yes, I'll give you an example. But what if you looked at a measure that said how many ministries are involved in care of the elderly, and you found that UK had 3 and Israel had 7? Wouldn't we win? Wouldn't that? Okay, whatever. But wouldn't that? Wouldn't that answer your question for a measure?
Yeah. The measure.
The fewer the
actual policies regarding.
Back to you, sir.
Yeah, great. And Lily, did you want to comment something else? Were you going to?
I mean, just on that, it could be things like how, and how many different places are your health records, for example, and can anyone have access to them? But yeah, I think it's probably
a tough one.
A value judgment at the end of the day.
Get a PhD student. That's something to a PhD, right? And you brush it off.
One thing that nobody mentioned today, and I think it is what is a lot in discussion and the future of many things, for good and for bad, is artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
That is increasingly being used, and it will increasingly be used. And I said for good and for bad. So that's why we need to get involved in the discussion in order to prevent the bad to happen, to prevent the invasion to the privacy or the protection of data, and to develop the things that can have very good impact. And maybe it's for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think AI is absolutely one of those that is both scary and very, very exciting in terms of what it can do. I probably shouldn't say this too loudly, but I googled something we're doing a research project on at the moment to chat GPT, and oh my god, the answer was brilliant. It was like, so for researchers everywhere, the fact that ChatGPT can give you 10 ways you can encourage people to save. Really
also being involved in our progress. It's because also there are algorithms and all of that are so ages, like they are sexist, that in order to prevent that they develop.
No, I think you're right. We absolutely need to engage that. And just a few sort of concluding comments. I'm very grateful to everyone both here and online. Thanks all for coming. I think I'm just going to pick up, the social prescribing point and Sylvia's point. Actually, firstly, is one really interesting thing is there's lots of doctors who think in the UK. I say lots. There was a number of doctors who believe that they shouldn't have to be paid to encourage someone to go for a walk because that's what they should be doing anyway. And there is something really interesting about that. But actually, I think your point is really, really important, Gideon, that actually where it came from was a really short piece of work about 15 years ago, where there was a group of people who decided they needed a little bit of help. And one of the things that someone needed was a bit of support to carry their bin from their front door on every Thursday to the end of the drive. And they got the doctor to write them a prescription to ask for some help. So all the prescription said was, dear Mrs. Jones, you're allowed to ask your neighbour if they can help you on a Thursday. And it just gave permission for someone to say, actually, I need, and so there's something that, there is really something we can build on. There's a bit of a chat online about whether or not companies are engaging in this space. And again, I think that's one for another day, and ILC are doing a bit of work on that. We talked a lot today about data and how we can use these index to drive change. I think there remains some questions around what works, and I think particularly, and you made this point, in relation to non-healthcare interventions. So we have brilliant rules and guidelines on whether or not we test a drug and approve a drug and things like that. Actually, in terms of your point about falls, for example, probably one of the best interventions is a grab rail in the bathroom. And actually, we have got evidence around that. But actually, the allied interventions, which might be like home adaptations, building transport systems that work, are much harder to have the evidence about. But we need to develop those, I think. We could, I think we've learned today, add a whole new list of different topics we include on our index, and maybe we will get there. We haven't talked about pain, which I think is really striking as well. There's lots of things we haven't, but clearly pain across the lives and into old age and its impact on quality of life is huge. And then linking back to Sylvia's point, not just AI, but big data, how can we start using some of this big data to actually, and admin data you mentioned, to do it better?
Great data between
absolutely. Really, really important. And also, the point that was made around sort of actually us using these indexes, using the data to really focus on where the need is highest and where you can have the greatest return. So actually identify the groups who really, really need the support. Just a little bit of PR for a moment. ILC at the moment is doing a piece of work on ageism in clinical trials. So actually, ILC in the UK will be really keen to have any inputs there. So this question of why are older people not involved in clinical trials even though they are the main user of drugs? How much of it is ageism? Does it matter? How much of it is actually lack of volunteers? How much of it is harder to get volunteers? How much of it is the concern around giving someone a drug that hasn't been tested? And I think there's some really interesting things there that could lead to some significant changes. I was really struck by your point, Orid, around us in Israel, what's our excuse? And I think we could say, that should be our motto. I think it's the same for the UK. Actually, we are one of the wealthiest countries still in the world. We have a healthcare system that actually, for all its fault, is actually an astonishing platform to deliver innovation. And actually, we sort of know what we should do. We have really good bodies that understand evidence-based interventions. So it does feel to me like we should all be asking that question. Why, I think the challenge, in terms of where we started on preventions, is that clearly the politicians amongst us get a lot more credit for building a new hospital than building, doing something around supporting physical activity, for example. I wonder if there might be the equivalent of a new hospital in this space we could think about. So, for example, in Hong Kong, partly because they have very poor access to GPs, and if you're not private in Hong Kong, they're building these health hubs in each of the districts. So could you have health hubs that included your physios and your doctors and your GPs and your financial advice and things like that? So find a way of developing something that's the equivalent of a hospital that would get a politician excited, but is actually about keeping us healthy. And maybe that we should look to some of those. In conclusion, I'd just really like to thank the Michelle and Mark for hosting us, and for all of you for coming, Aaron and Lily for doing all of the work really at our end. I hope this is the first of many formal relationships, formal collaborations between ILC-UK and ILC-Israel. We're going to be, next steps for us is we're having an online conversation with colleagues in Japan. So looking at very similar things, looking at sort of issues around where Japan is, and that's on the 9th of February. So you can join us at that if you would like. And actually, you're probably closer to It's first thing in the morning in the UK, so you're a bit closer to the Japanese time zone here, which is, yeah, 2 hours closer. We will be, encourage you all to join our coalition, and we will be trying to get in front of G20 and G7 ministers, as well as Aaron mentioned, that launching formally the index at the World Health Assembly. And then finally, I need to really thank Pfizer and Amgen and Sanofi and Stephen at Hallmark, GSK and MSD, and everyone else who makes this sort of thing possible. We're very, very lucky to have the opportunity to do this sort of thing. So I am very grateful, and perhaps leave to you, Mark, for any final comments, unless my colleagues want to add anything that I missed.
Ladies?
Yeah.
No, just to reiterate and to reflect what you said, this was more of a success than I could have imagined. I really enjoyed it, and I think we learned from each other. And amen to the wish that we continue this. And I think the ILC is a nice organization that helps to link up, different countries. And this is a great example of an ILC activity that wouldn't have happened, in my view, without it. So thanks to all of you, and enjoy your time in Israel. We have more things to do with you as a small group, but and thanks for those of you who came from outside the city. I know it's a whole day away. It's a whole day away, and it's a trip. I really do appreciate it.
But now we have to take the shop.
Yeah, exactly. It's only halfway. It's only half the time.
So can I encourage you to take some of our reports, because I don't want
They
to
don't want
carry
to take them
home
home.
or anything else.
Yeah.
Go on, please.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's a request for a kind of new picture
Okay.
beyond the table,
Yeah, yeah.
so I'm not good at that.
Great.
Where should we crowd into
I
this
think
point?
All right.
face this way, and I can do sort of a panel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or-
Need to end.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you everyone online. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and good night, and goodbye. You don't have to travel anyway.
Yeah.
Right. How do you want to take a picture, ladies? Everyone moves.
Yeah, so I can either get